Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight's story, the Custodes and the Carcharodons run into the Death Guard and the Iron Warriors. As always, before I get to the madness, be sure to like and comment on videos and topics you're to see in the future. And be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for support. I've been killing it. Now, let's get to the video.
On the 37th standard day of the siege, Mordax Prime ceased to possess anything that could truthfully be called a horizon. The western sky had been hammered into a permanent bruise by smoke, orbital debris, and the incandescent scars of descending lance fire, while the east burned beneath the reflected glare of void shields, straining against bombardment, powerful enough to flatten cities. Across Kharan, the greatest of Mordax Prime's fortress continents, mountain ranges had been hollowed and armored until their granite hearts contained ammunition vaults, reactor chambers, troop barracks, and artillery galleries large enough to swallow regiments. Earthshaker batteries fired from caverns, bored beneath peaks, whose original names had been forgotten centuries before the first Chaos vessel entered the system. Each discharge traveled through the stone like the heartbeat of some buried god. Basilisk companies occupied firing parks measured not in hundreds of meters, but in kilometers, their gun crews loading and firing until recoil mechanisms bled lubricant and barrels glowed beneath cooling shrouds. Above them, immense shield projectors burned beneath ferrocrete ziggurats, casting shimmering hemispheres over defensive zones populated by more men than some imperial worlds possessed in their entirety. Where those shields failed, cities vanished. Where they held, the ground beneath them cracked. The dead had long ago ceased to be collected. There were too many. Soldiers of the Astra Militarum lay tangled with red-robed Skitari, labor servitors, and indentured fortress workers along the defense lines, their remains progressively buried beneath rubble, shell fragments, and the bodies of those who had replaced them. Entire trench systems had been excavated through earlier trench systems until Kharan's crust resembled a diseased organ cut open for examination. Men fought from bunkers whose foundations had once been habitation blocks, shrines, or manufactoria. They slept beside ammunition crates, ate beside corpses, and relieved themselves into shell holes because leaving cover for any reason was an invitation to death. Some had not seen the natural sky since the first bombardment. Others had forgotten that Mordax possessed one. For them, there was only the tremor of guns, the copper taste of recycled air, the distant chanting of priests, and the repeated instruction carried through crackling vox horns that Kharan Bastion still stood, and therefore they would stand with it. Far above them, Kravek Morn watched men die. The orbital bastion had once been named St. Caspar's Vigil. Its devotional murals had been flensed from the walls, its shrines dismantled, its aquilae cut down and replaced by black iron plates bearing the skull mark of Perturabo's sons. Servo skulls still moved through the strategium, although many now carried spiked cages around their crania or dragged strips of human parchment behind them like devotional banners. Morn stood before the main tactical hololith in the Iron Mantle, his ancient cataphractii plate turning him into something closer to an armored fighting vehicle than a man. Hazard stripes crossed one massive pauldron beneath centuries of scoring. Mechatendrils shifted behind him with the quiet impatience of metal serpents. Last Argument rested against his right thigh, the Thunderhammer's head scarred by campaigns whose dead had become dust before most of Mordax Prime's defenders had been born. The casualty projections climbed. Morn studied them without expression. "Advance the 9th Labour Mass another 400 meters," he said. An Iron Warrior's lieutenant standing at the lower command dais turned his helm fractionally. "The approach has been ranged by the enemy. Estimated survival to the 3rd trench is less than 1 man in 11. Then 10 will teach us where the guns are." The lieutenant inclined his head. No protest followed. None was expected. On the hololith, millions of mortal signatures crawled toward the Imperial defense belts in dense amber blocks. Some belonged to cult militia dragged from conquered worlds. Others belonged to prisoners, penal battalions, mutants, press-ganged voidsmen, and entire populations whose only crime had been living on planets that Perturabo's armies had passed through. Their individual identities had no place in Morn's calculations. They were mass, pressure, and measurement. Each Imperial shell that killed them revealed the location of an artillery tube. Each minefield they crossed became a mapped obstacle. Each Lascannon that fired upon them surrendered a firing aperture to the Iron Warriors' counter-battery auspexes. "Do not clear the approach trenches," Morn added. "Leave the dead where they fall." The lieutenant understood immediately. "For cover. For elevation. By the 5th assault wave, the corpses will raise the western approach above the flooded ground." Morn turned his attention back to the hololith. The matter was settled. Below, the 9th labor mass advanced. Explosive collars flashed red beneath rain capes and filthy work coats. Captured guardsmen marched among them with their hands bound to lengths of chain, driven forward by overseers carrying shock mauls and auto-pistols. The artillery began before they reached the first marker stones. Men disappeared in fountains of mud, blood, and pulverized armor. A shell landed inside a prisoner column and reduced dozens of bodies to fragments wet enough to cling to the men behind them. Survivors stumbled through steaming remains, slipping on opened intestines, severed limbs, and pieces of flak plate embedded in meat. An overseer shot a laborer who dropped the steel revetment section he had been ordered to carry. The man fell across it, and those behind were commanded to lift both plate and corpse. Then the Iron Warriors came forward. They advanced through the carnage in gunmetal plate, hazard stripes visible beneath black rain and drifting ash. Bolters remained lowered until prisoners tried to turn around. Those men died instantly. Mass reactive shells struck backs, punched through torsos, and detonated inside chests and abdomens, scattering bone fragments through the men ahead. One guardsman made it 3 strides toward the Iron Warriors before his collar detonated, removing his head and most of his shoulders. The legionaries did not slow. To them, there was no cruelty in what they were doing, because cruelty implied emotion, and emotion had nothing to do with the construction of a siege approach. Flesh had merely become another material. Ferrocrete cracked, steel bent, men rotted, all could be used. Morn watched the advancing icons and altered 3 firing solutions. The first serious breakthrough had occurred beneath Karen Bastion 2 days earlier, although not through any breach visible from the surface. An Iron Warrior's tunneling engine had broken into a sealed Mechanicus repository entombed under 8 kilometers of fortress strata. The tech priests defending it had destroyed most of the archive before they died, but most was not all. Warpsmith Dravak then had recovered fragments from blackened cogitator stacks and machine shrines whose priests had fused themselves to the controls rather than surrender them. The information had been corrupted, contradictory, and hidden beneath layers of Martian cipher. Then had spent 20 hours opening it. What he found changed the war. The object beneath Karen was not an Imperial mechanism. The Imperium had merely built around it. A black lattice descended far beneath the fortress foundations, deeper than the Manufactoria, deeper than the geothermal reactors, deeper even than the oldest catacombs from Mordax Prime's forgotten settlement age. Noctilith, Blackstone, pylons of alien manufacture had been driven into the crust in an arrangement whose full dimensions remained unknown. Mechanicus savants had named the accessible portion the Noctilith Meridian, then hidden its existence beneath seals of such severity that generations of Mordax governors had apparently remained ignorant of what their fortresses guarded. Then's mechanical voice rasped from the hololith projector. The lattice suppresses empiric turbulence when correctly polarized. The effect is narrow but repeatable. Historical records indicate synchronized activation, permitted stable ingress through the Gethsemane passage during periods in which ordinary navigator calculations predicted catastrophic loss. Morn turned from the casualty displays. How repeatable? Within an acceptable deviation. How acceptable? Transit losses below 4 ships in 100. Silence followed. To an Imperial admiral, such a figure would have been horrific. To Kravek Morn, it was infrastructure. The Gethsemane passage was a wound of turbulent unreality beyond Mordax, a route through the immaterium that shortened the journey toward the inner Imperium by months, but devoured fleets unpredictably. Warp storms shifted without warning. Geller fields failed. Navigators went blind or insane. Entire convoys entered and were never seen again. With the meridian functioning, those uncertainties could be reduced to numbers, and numbers could be planned around. Ammunition hulks, Legion transports, mortal army ships, demon engine carriers and siege fleets could move through a corridor that had previously resisted dependable logistics. Perturabo did not merely conquer worlds, he connected them. Each captured bastion around the broken Cadian Gate became another fortress, another arsenal, another supply node in the architecture growing across the region. Imperial tacticians had begun calling it the Infinite Citadel, with the fearful superstition of men who required names for nightmares. The name was imperfect, but not entirely wrong. Perturabo's war was becoming geography. Worlds were being transformed into bastions, whose guns covered the approaches to other bastions, their manufactoria feeding campaigns farther inward, their populations chained to production quotas calculated decades ahead. Mordax Prime would not merely fall, it would become useful. The strategium lights dimmed without warning. Morn looked up. Every corrupted cogitator bank along the chamber walls activated simultaneously. The change was so abrupt that several servo skulls dropped from the air as their anti-gravitic units overloaded beneath the surge of command data. One struck the deck and shattered. Another spun helplessly until an iron warrior crushed it beneath his boot. No one spoke. Even Then's mechatendrils became still. Streams of encrypted machine cant poured across the tactical displays. Medrengard. The signal had crossed storms, relays, encoded fleet networks and channels guarded by machine spirits that had forgotten the voices of loyal men 10,000 years before. It was not a conversation. Perturabo did not waste his time speaking personally to every warsmith carrying out his designs. The directive arrived as blocks of military cipher, architectural amendments, and strategic command phrases authenticated through codes Morn had seen only twice in his existence. He read them once, then again. The Noctilith Meridian would be captured intact. Karan Bastion would become an anchor fortress within the expanding campaign architecture. The Gethsemane passage would be stabilized. No deviation was authorized. Morn felt no fear, but something colder moved through him. Failure would not bring his gene father screaming onto the strategium. Perturabo would not rage, curse, or threaten him. The Primarch's judgment would be worse than anger. Morn would simply become evidence of an incorrect assumption, an inefficient commander, a variable improperly valued. His failure would be incorporated into a revised calculation, his responsibilities reassigned to another warsmith, his name reduced to a lesson in misallocation. Morn could imagine no more complete humiliation. "Transmit acknowledgement," he said. Before the signal officer could comply, proximity alarms sounded across the captured bastion. A vessel had entered the orbital theater. It appeared from the warp like a corpse surfacing through black water. The cruiser Benediction of Flies was wrapped in clouds of frozen sewage, wreckage, and human remains, trapped within its diseased gravitational wake. Its hull had once possessed recognizable lines beneath Imperial construction, but centuries within the eye and service to the plague, God had swollen it into something obscene. Armor plates bulged like infected flesh. Gun decks protruded from suppurating cavities. Vast bells hung beneath the keel, tolling in vacuum through means no sane mechanicus adept would have attempted to explain. Where engine exhaust should have burned clean and white, the vessel trailed a jaundiced haze. Morn's helm displays identified the ship. His expression hardened. Lord of Contagion Gol Varax arrived aboard the orbital bastion several hours later, surrounded by plague marines of the Pallid Tithe. Their corroded armor hissed with pressure leaks that exhaled sweet, rotten air into the strategium. Sensors swung from chains beneath swollen pauldrons. Flies crawled from grill vents and disappeared into gaps where armor had fused permanently with diseased flesh. One warrior carried a bell whose bronze surface was covered in crawling script. Each step left a dark smear on the deck. Varax removed his helm. His face looked drowned. One eye remained yellow and bright, within folds of bloated flesh. The other had sealed beneath scar tissue, through which pale maggots occasionally pushed their heads before retreating. "You found it," Varax said. Morn disliked the softness of his voice more than he would have disliked a roar. "I found what Perturabo requires." Varax smiled. Several teeth moved independently in his gums. "Perturabo requires many things. The meridian remains intact. For now." Morn's mechatendrils shifted. "Clarify." The Lord of Contagion approached the hololith and regarded the Blackstone schematic. "You would make a road. I will make a supply artery. You say the same thing with less imagination. I have sufficient imagination to recognize contamination as an uncontrolled variable." Varax laughed quietly. Something inside his chest answered with a wet clicking sound. "You still believe control is the measure of victory. Iron walls, iron numbers, iron certainty. Eventually all iron rusts. And disease burns. Sometimes." Varax leaned closer to the display. "Grandfather does not desire this passage merely opened. He desires it fruitful." Morn understood. "No." The word silenced the chamber more completely than a shouted threat. Varax's smile widened. "Every vessel that enters the corridor, every transport, every pilgrim ship, every troop carrier moving toward the Segmentum Solar. Imagine them arriving with holds full of coughing men. Imagine naval stations opening their docks. Imagine worlds accepting refugees who already carry communion within their lungs. The meridian belongs to the campaign. All things belong to decay." Morn stepped closer until the two ancient transhumans stood within striking distance. "Interfere with the stabilization sequence, and I will burn your Vectorium from the fortress." Varax's good eye gleamed. "Then we must both ensure the fortress falls before our disagreement becomes inconvenient." Below them, the next bombardment began. Iron Warriors' siege batteries fired first, enormous guns buried behind armored revetments, hurling shells toward Charon's defense belts. Vindicators advanced through prepared lanes and discharged demolisher rounds into bastions already fractured by weeks of pounding. Defilers clambered over ruined trenches on bladed limbs, while forge fiends spat incandescent fire into shielded gun positions. Then, the plague-burst crawlers joined the barrage. Their shells arced high above the battlefield before descending into Imperial lines and bursting into clouds the color of old bruises. Men died badly beneath those clouds. Rebreather filters clogged with greasy residue. Soldiers tore masks away as their lungs filled with blood and froth. Skin blistered beneath uniforms. Steel buckles bloomed with orange rust in seconds. Lasgun housings corroded beneath trembling hands. One entire trench company drowned standing upright as their lungs liquefied inside them, blood spilling through mask valves, while officers continued shouting firing orders until their own voices collapsed into bubbling coughs. Then shapes emerged through the poisonous fog. Poxwalkers. Thousands became tens of thousands, and tens of thousands became a moving wall of diseased flesh, stretching beyond the vision of ordinary men. Some still wore remnants of imperial uniforms. Others had been laborers, pilgrims, militia, or prisoners. They came laughing, weeping, moaning, and coughing, dragging broken limbs behind them, while wounds leaked fluids no living body should contain. Heavy bolters opened fire. Bodies burst. More came. Behind them marched the Iron Warriors. Their bolter volleys were disciplined and measured. Havoc teams established firing positions among the dead and began dismantling Imperial bunkers with the patience of surgeons. Lascannon beams struck firing slits. Autocannon shells hammered shield housings. Missile launchers fired only after Auspex readings identified structural weaknesses. Every death in the mortal horde ahead of them had purchased information. Far beneath the surface, while Charon's defenders stared outward at the apocalypse, something struck the fortress from below. Then something else. Tunneling engines chewed through bedrock, while warp distortions flared inside sealed defense. Sectors. Obliterators manifested in chambers that had believed themselves secure. Terminators appeared amid command bunkers in flashes of witchlight and opened fire before alarms finished sounding. Defense officers began receiving reports that made no tactical sense. Enemy contacts behind lines, communications severed underground, bulkheads breached from the wrong side. At Charon High Command, men finally understood what Kravek Morn had known from the beginning. The great bombardment was not the siege, it was the curtain. The real attack was already beneath their feet. Far from Mordak's prime, beyond the broken gate, and deeper toward the heart of mankind's dying empire, an astropathic relay received the first fragments of the truth. Screaming choirs translated psychic impressions into broken reports. Mechanicus records sealed for centuries were opened beneath authorities whose sigils caused armed guards to avert their eyes. References to Noctilith suppression, the Gethsemane passage, stable transit projections, Perturabo's expanding fortress network. The conclusions ascended through channels almost no human being knew existed. Eventually, they reached Terra. Within halls where the master of mankind's guardians planned wars that entire sectors would never learn had occurred, a threat assessment was amended. The Gethsemane passage could not be permitted to become a road. Mordak's prime could not be permitted to fall intact. Authorization seals were applied. Weapons were released from vaults. Warships received destination orders. And while billions continued killing and dying beneath the blackened skies of Mordax, the 10,000 turned their gaze toward the Cadian Gate. Shield Captain Acastian Valdir did not ask how many men had died on Mordak's prime. He already knew. The number rotated above the strategium table in columns of red tactical script, continuously amended by astropathic fragments, surviving fleet telemetry, and the increasingly unreliable reports of Mordak's high command. Several billion confirmed dead, several billion more unaccounted for beneath collapsed hive districts, shattered fortress lines, and quarantine zones where the plague had become too virulent for casualty recovery teams to operate. Entire Astra Militarum army groups had ceased responding. Skitari macroclades had disappeared below Charon's surface without transmitting final Binharic death codes. Orbital stations that had endured centuries of raiding now existed only as incandescent debris fields spreading slowly through the system. Watch Captain Mordecai Holt stood across the hololithic table and waited for the custodian to react to the figures. Valdir regarded the display for several heartbeats, his face still and severe beneath the reflected crimson light, then asked, "How long have they delayed the enemy?" Holt had expected indifference from one of the 10,000. What unsettled him was that this was not indifference at all. Valdir had considered every one of those deaths. He had simply measured them against something larger. 37 standard days since the principal siege began, Holt replied. The former Black Templar wore the black plate of the Death Watch, one pauldron retaining the heraldry of his parent chapter, the other bearing the silvered icon of the Long Vigil. His helm rested beneath one arm. A scar crossed his scalp, where an orc cleaver had once opened his skull to the bone. He had commanded boarding actions against Tyranid-infested void hulks, watched Necron weapons strip men apart molecule by molecule, and fought things in the dark between worlds that had no names in Imperial archives. He had believed familiarity with horror diminished surprise. The custodians aboard the Lex Talionis had corrected that assumption without threatening him once. The Iron Warriors have advanced through 3 continental defense belts. Kharon remains contested. Their progress has slowed since the plague fronts began interfering with their own lines. Valdir touched the tactical projection. Kharon rotated beneath his hand. Mountain ranges rendered as angular fortress symbols, while infection zones pulsed sickly green. Then the dead have purchased 37 days. His voice carried neither compassion nor disdain. They will purchase more. Holt studied him. Lord Militant Heraclon believes the planet can still be held. The Lord Militant's beliefs are not part of the mission parameters. The chamber around them had once been intended for commanding wars at scales difficult for ordinary minds to comprehend. The Lex Talionis was no crude transport carrying the Emperor's guardians from one battlefield to another. Its strategium rose through several decks, its vaulted ceiling lost behind shadows and suspended data shrines, its walls carved with names of campaigns fought before entire living civilizations had been born. Servitors moved inside recessed galleries, their flesh grafted into tactical engines that projected fleet movements through clouds of incense. Custodians stood at separate stations around the chamber, rather than clustering like an Astartes command squad. Each appeared self-contained, an individual center of judgment. That was one of the things Holt found most unnatural about them. Space Marines had been created as brothers. They thought in squads, companies, chapters, and interlocking fields of fire, even when alone. The Custodes possessed no such dependency. Each warrior seemed complete without the others. Valdir expanded the image of Kharon until the fortress continent filled the projection. The primary objective is denial of enemy control over the Noctilith Meridian. The secondary objective is assessment of whether Imperial operation of the mechanism presents an acceptable risk. If neither objective can be achieved, the tertiary measure is total denial. Holt knew what the words meant. He asked anyway. Planetary destruction, if required. There are still more than 10 billion Imperial military personnel and bonded fortress laborers on Mordax. Yes. No evacuation provision has been attached to our authority. No. Holt's jaw tightened. And no preservation order for the Manufactoria. Correct. The answer was given with the same tone Valdir might have used to confirm a weapon's ammunition state. Holt felt an old Black Templar instinct rise in him, the desire to challenge something simply because it stood before him without apology. He suppressed it. Valdir was not dismissing the lives below. The custodian was doing something much colder. He was holding them in one hand and terror in the other, and the scales had already settled. If the Meridian offers Perturabo a dependable corridor toward the Segmentum Solar, Valdir said, Mordax Prime is already dead. The only remaining question is whether its death purchases anything. Kill Team Gorgon had been assembled precisely because the question could not be answered by custodian strength alone. Holt's brothers waited in the adjoining arming vault while their equipment was checked for the descent. Brother Cassian Red, formerly of the Mentors, had spent decades studying alien technology under the sealed authority of the Ordo Xenos and carried Auspex suites modified to recognize energy patterns recorded from Necron Blackstone structures. Brother Garen Vey, whose parent Chapter Holt rarely heard him name, was a demolitions veteran capable of reducing a fortress bastion to its load-bearing equations after a single inspection. Brother Tiber Malk carried the team's heavy weapon and enough specialist ammunition to turn corridors into killing grounds. Last was Brother Aemon Kale, a silent swordsman whose Xenophase blade existed because some enemies could not be reliably slain by conventional matter. They were all veteran Space Marines. None mistook the reason they had been summoned. The Custodes did not need additional bolters. They needed knowledge. The Mechanicus data remains incomplete, Holt said. Red believes the Meridian is not merely incorporating Noctilith. He believes the entire control lattice may be based upon Xenos architecture. Necron? He will not commit to that conclusion until he sees the structure. Wise. The smallest reliable denial solution may require reaching the central control architecture. Then you will reach it. Holt gave a humorless smile. Your confidence in us is considerable. My confidence is irrelevant. Your function is necessary. That, Holt thought, was perhaps the closest thing to praise he would receive. Preparation aboard the Lex Talionis was performed without spectacle, because spectacle had no military value. Armory servitors moved around the custodians beneath banks of white lumen globes, checking auramite plate for imperfections invisible to mortal eyes. Guardian spears rested upon black stone racks, while artificers tested the integrated bolt mechanisms and examined the monomolecular edges of their blades. Valdir inspected his own weapon personally, cycling the firing action before locking the spear against his back. Nearby, a custodian fitted with a presidium shield tested the field generator twice and then stood motionless while servitors secured fresh ammunition at his belt. Another selected a Castellan axe after studying the projected dimensions of the underground galleries beneath Charon. The weapon was not chosen because it was impressive. It was chosen because Morn's forces were known to employ Terminator plate and demon engines in confined approaches where the axe's mass and power field would matter. The Alarus custodians prepared separately. Their auramite Terminator plate turned them into towering figures of engraved gold and black, each suit dense with systems built to carry its bearer into places where even ordinary transhuman warriors could not survive. Teleport beacons were tested against the ship's Homer network. Target coordinates remained unconfirmed because much of Charon's subterranean architecture was masked by meters of armor, geomagnetic interference, and the growing distortion surrounding the Meridian. The Alarus would therefore remain aboard until a reliable insertion aperture could be established. To teleport them into unknown Blackstone interference would not be courage, it would be waste. At the center of the armory, a vexilla was uncovered. Custodian hands removed the protective shroud with a ritual precision older than many imperial institutions. Holt watched the standard rise beneath the lumen glow, its presence transforming the chamber without a single word being spoken. He had carried banners into battle as a Black Templar neophyte and seen men cross impossible ground merely because a chapter relic was visible through smoke. This was different. The vexilla did not represent encouragement. It represented authority. Wherever the standard stood, the will of the throne had arrived in person. Holt became aware of Valdir beside him. The shield captain had approached without sound, despite wearing armor that should have announced every step. "You study us," Valdir said. "I study anything I may have to fight beside." Beside. Holt looked at him. Was that word incorrect? No, merely hopeful. Before Holt could answer, the Strategium summoned them. The surviving admirals of the Mordax theater appeared as unstable hololithic figures around the command table. Static tore through faces and uniforms. Several projections vanished for seconds at a time as relay stations were destroyed during the transmission. Admiral Sarekan proposed the conventional solution first. Imperial forces still possessed functioning landing zones behind Charon's eastern defense belt. If the Lex Talionis joined the surviving fleet, reinforced local orbital superiority, and deployed the Custodian strike force behind the primary line, the defenders might assemble a counterattack large enough to isolate Morn's penetration zones. Valdir listened until the Admiral finished. No. Sarekan hesitated. Shield Captain, the Eastern Corridor remains protected by 3 void shield grids and almost 200 armored regiments. A coordinated landing would place your warriors within supporting distance of high command. That is why we will not land there. Then where? Charon Bastion. A different admiral leaned toward his pict recorder. The bastion is under direct siege. Iron Warrior's defense monitors control much of the upper approach. We cannot guarantee aerospace superiority. You are not required to. My lord, your assault craft will be exposed. Yes. Silence crossed the command network. Valdir enlarged the subterranean tactical map. Every hour spent assembling your counteroffensive gives the enemy another hour inside the fortress. You are reasoning as though possession of Mordax is the objective. It is not. Your armies will continue holding the defense belts because their resistance fixes enemy formations to the surface. The Lex Talionis will break the orbital cordon at Charon. Sodality Invictus will descend directly upon the bastion. Kill Team Gorgon will accompany us. Once a penetration route is established, we advance on the meridian. Sarakan's image flickered. And if the planet cannot be held, then it will be denied. The last speaker had remained silent until then. Lord Militant Heraclon appeared in battered field armor rather than a dress uniform, one side of his face wrapped in medici gauze darkened by blood. Explosions trembled through whatever command bunker still sheltered him. Denied, he repeated. I have received copies of your authority seals. Valdir turned toward him. You carry sanction for terminal planetary measures. I do. Heraclon's remaining eye hardened. There are 10 billion defenders still carrying arms, more in Manufactoria and subterranean labor districts. The cathedral foundries of St. Orpheon have produced armor for the Imperium for 6,000 years. Charon contains relic arsenals predating the current sector command. We have regiments here whose colors were carried at the opening of the Cadian Wars. You would destroy all of it? If necessary. That is not defense. No. Heraclon stared at the golden figure. Then what is it? Valdir's reply came quietly. Duty. The Lord Militant looked as if the word had struck him harder than an insult. Those men are dying for the throne. Yes. They deserve more than annihilation by their own side. Valdir stepped closer to the hololithic table. Are 10 billion men worth a road to terror? Heraclon opened his mouth. Nothing emerged. Valdir terminated the connection. The Lex Talionis translated into the Mordax system beneath fire. The Empyrean released the warship into a battle space already illuminated by death. Iron Warrior's defense monitors adjusted firing solutions almost immediately, their auger arrays feeding coordinates to captured orbital platforms and traitor cruisers. Lance fire crossed the void in white spears, bright enough to leave after-images across bridge displays. One beam struck the Lex Talionis along its dorsal armor and carved a glowing trench through plating before void shields compensated. Torpedoes followed, black shapes accelerating between drifting wrecks. Imperial escorts moved ahead. The first died before completing its attack run. A traitor lance opened the vessel from prow to stern, atmosphere erupting through the wound in clouds of frozen crew, ammunition, and devotional parchment. Its plasma drives overloaded moments later and transformed the ship into a brief artificial star. Another escort rolled across the debris field, releasing torpedoes before an Iron Warrior's monitor gutted its engine section. The Lex Talionis did not slow to avenge either vessel. Its guns fired according to a single requirement: open the approach to Charon. Macro batteries thundered through vacuum. A captured defense monitor disappeared behind impacts that tore armor sections the size of hab blocks from its hull. The custodian vessel drove through the resulting wreckage while assault craft locked into deployment cradles below. Deathwatch gunships waited with engines already screaming against restraints. Inside one troop bay, Holt mag-locked his helm into place and watched the custodians around him remain perfectly still as the ship shuddered. Atmospheric insertion in 3 minutes, a servitor announced. Brother Malk checked his heavy weapon. Hostile air superiority? Meaningless at our altitude, Red replied. Holt looked toward Valdir. Any final instruction? Do not fall behind. The launch deck opened. Charon burned beneath them. Assault craft plunged through layers of cloud polluted by ash, plague residue, and the contrails of thousands of aircraft. Wreckage fell around them from the orbital engagement, burning fragments crossing artillery trajectories rising from the continent below. Iron Warrior's anti-air systems acquired the descending formation within seconds. Flak bursts appeared ahead like black flowers. Missiles climbed from fortress emplacements in clustered swarms. A custodian gunship banked toward the nearest battery. It crossed the fire envelope so quickly, Holt's display struggled to maintain the tactical marker. Enemy guns rotated. Targeting arrays aligned. They never fired. The gunship's weapons struck first. The battery vanished inside successive detonations that threw armored turrets into the air and turned the surrounding emplacement into a crater full of burning machinery. The remaining craft passed through the opening before the Iron Warriors could recalculate. They landed in a war already too loud for human hearing. The assault ramp struck Ferrocrete. Valdir was moving before it had finished descending. Guardsmen sheltering behind a ruined revetment stared as the custodians entered their battlefield. These men had spent more than a month watching Space Marines kill things ordinary soldiers could scarcely survive seeing. They had learned to regard the Adeptus Astartes as the final measure of war. Then, the Golden Warriors crossed the trench. An Iron Warrior's heavy bolter opened from a shattered bunker. Valdir's Guardian Spear fired once. The bolt entered the gunner's helm and detonated inside it, painting the embrasure with fragments of corrupted skull and ceramite. Another traitor charged through the smoke, Chainblade screaming. Valdir met him without breaking stride. The spear blade entered beneath the breastplate, passed through the torso, and emerged behind the legionary in a burst of blood and ruptured organs. Valdir twisted, tore the weapon free, and fired through the next enemy at a distance measured in arm's lengths. The other custodians spread across the killing ground. They did not advance as a squad. Each chose a path through the battle and annihilated whatever occupied it. Guardian spear bolts detonated inside traitor armor. A sentinel blade opened an Iron Warrior from collar to hip. A Castellan axe struck a legionary hard enough to cave his breastplate inward and hurl the body against the trench wall. Holt and Kill Team Gorgon followed into the breach, black armor moving through the wake of gold. The guardsmen watched them cross ground that had consumed companies. Within moments, the custodians had reached the opposite fortification. Then, the auger warning entered Valdir's helm. Unknown vessels. Beyond the outer moons, where the Mordax system dissolved into lightless distance, several ships had emerged from concealment, with drives running cold. Their hulls were ancient, scarred and grey. No recognized fleet heraldry marked them. Imperial challenge codes crossed the void. There was no answer. A second challenge followed. Silence. Then a narrow-band transmission reached the Lex Talionis. A man's voice spoke through layers of static, low and almost toneless. "We hunt the plague ship. Do not obstruct the hunt." Valdir stopped amid the dead. The chapter identification rune appeared across his visor. For the first time since entering the Mordax system, the shield captain remained motionless for longer than a heartbeat. The Carcharodons' Astra had come. The Death Guard escort Misericorde of Rot drifted without engines among the corpses of an Imperial convoy, hiding inside the graveyard as though it were merely another dead thing. Its hull had been opened in 3 places during the fighting around Mordax Prime, and the wounds breathed atmosphere in slow silver plumes that froze immediately in the void. Dead ratings floated through the ruptured compartments, with their robes stiff around them, some still tethered to consoles by cables grown through their flesh, while pieces of devotional brass, ammunition links, and broken machinery turned endlessly in the darkness. Around the crippled vessel lay the remains of more than 30 Imperial transports and escorts, some cut open by lance fire, others split across their keels by torpedoes, their frozen crews hanging between them like dust. The escort's bridge survived behind emergency bulkheads, lit only by diseased lumen strips and the jaundiced glow of corrupted cogitators. Its mortal crew spoke in whispers, because anything louder seemed improper among so many dead. They had escaped the Imperial fleet. They had escaped the guns of the Lex Talionis. Their augurs showed nothing approaching through the wreck field. That fact brought them no comfort. The first boarding torpedo struck without warning. It punched through the escort's port quarter with enough violence to hurl crewmen from their restraints and rupture pipes across the bridge. The second penetrated farther aft. The third struck the spine of the vessel near an auxiliary magazine, triggering alarms that howled for 3 heartbeats before the Vox network failed entirely. One of the bridge officers demanded an identification. Another shouted that no vessel had appeared on auger. Their master, a bloated mortal whose throat had been replaced by a rusted Vox grill after accepting one blessing too many, ordered internal defense cohorts toward the impact zones. He had barely finished speaking when distant gunfire began. It did not sound like a battle. There were no chants, no shouted challenges, no frenzied invocations to the Emperor. Only the deep, measured detonation of bolters, followed by the thin, mechanical shriek of chain blades and the short bursts of men screaming before the screams stopped. The firing moved through the ship with an awful steadiness, compartment by compartment, deck by deck, coming closer. Grey shapes emerged from the boarding torpedoes into decompressed corridors veiled in ice crystals and vented blood. Their armor bore no bright heraldry, only weathered exile markings, devotional script, and the scars of long service in places where imperial light had never reached. The Carcharodons' Astra advanced without battle cries. Their magnetic boots struck the decking in heavy, measured impacts. Bolters fired only when necessary. A cultist who raised an autogun lost his chest to a mass-reactive shell that detonated inside him and threw wet fragments across the bulkhead behind. Another crawled from beneath a collapsed cable trunk with one leg missing. A grey, armored warrior stepped over him without slowing, then drove a combat blade down through the base of his skull because expending a bolt round at such distance would have been wasteful. A corrupted deck overseer charged with a chain cleaver, shrieking praises to the plague god. A Carcharodon met him with a chain axe. The teeth caught the cleaver's haft, ripped it aside, and continued through the overseer's shoulder seal. Ceramite burst, bone splintered. The weapon chewed downward until ribs, lungs, and spine became a red spray against the wall. The Space Marine withdrew the blade, flicked gore from the teeth, and moved on without looking at what remained. That silence broke the defenders faster than fury would have done. Berserkers could be understood. Fanatics could be provoked. Men screaming hatred possessed something recognizably human beneath the violence. The Carcharodons displayed nothing. They killed wounded crew where they lay, crushed plague cultists beneath armored boots, and used blades at grappling distance because ammunition was being preserved for targets that deserved it. They did not mutilate for amusement. They did not laugh. They did not even hurry. Their brutality had the terrible economy of predation. A sealed bulkhead resisted them for less than a minute before melter charges burned a glowing ring through its locking assembly. When the metal fell inward, the warriors beyond fired disciplined bolter volleys through the opening, killing the defenders before stepping across their bodies. One of the Death Guard's mortal auxiliaries tried to surrender. He threw aside his laslock, raised both hands, and screamed that he had never willingly served the traitors. The nearest Carcharodon looked at him for a moment through lenses as black as ocean depths, then shot him through the face. Whatever distinction had existed between willing servant and slave had ceased to matter when the man became part of a plague ship's crew. Reaper Prime Kaio Rauk entered the vessel through the 4th boarding torpedo. He was enormous, even by the standards of the Adeptus Astartes, his grey warplate scarred by void exposure, weapon strikes and repairs performed across campaigns no official Imperial archive had ever recorded. Pale script curled across his armor in tightly packed devotional lines. Black markings covered one vambrace from wrist to elbow. A chain axe hung at his side, its casing chipped and darkened by old blood, while a bolter rested mag locked against his thigh. Rauk did not ask for situation reports as he advanced. His warriors transmitted them automatically in clipped bursts of chapter cant. Engineering secured, port weapon decks cleared, survivor clusters moving toward the command spine, plague marines absent, navigation core intact. The last report caused Rauk to turn. "Preserve it," he said. His voice was softer than the gunfire. The warriors obeyed. They reached the navigation sanctum after killing nearly every mortal defender between the boarding breach and the vessel's central spine. The chamber had been protected by corrupted Skitari and two hulking plague servitors whose torsos had swollen around implanted weapon systems. One Carcharodon lost half his pauldron to plasma fire before closing the distance and tearing the first servitor apart with a power fist. The second was pinned against a cogitator bank by concentrated bolter fire until its abdominal cavity split open and spilled loops of intestine around bundles of sparking cable. Rauk walked through the resulting smoke and placed one armored hand upon the navigation throne. The navigator who had once occupied it had been dead for days. Fungal growth filled his eye sockets. His arms had been amputated and wired directly into the controls. A chapter serf attached to Rauk's command cadre entered behind the warriors wearing a sealed void suit and carrying data extraction equipment. He worked quickly, connecting sanctified logic probes to ports furred with corrosion. Rauk watched without comment while fragments began appearing across his helm display. Transit vectors, warp emergence coordinates, encrypted route markers, references to the pallid tithe. One destination repeated often enough to matter: Gethsemane. The serf transmitted a corrupted data block. "Recovered navigation instruction, Lord. Partial only." Rauk read it. The language had been obscured beneath Death Guard cipher, but intent survived. Varex's fleet had not traveled to Mordax merely to support the Iron Warriors. It had carried sealed biological reliquaries, plague incubators, and ritual stock prepared specifically for transit operations. Several entries referred to contamination persistence during translation. Others mentioned dissemination beyond the corridor terminus. A Carcharodon behind Rauk asked, "The passage?" Rauk remained silent for several heartbeats. Then he said, "A road. A road for plague." "Yes." The warrior looked toward the dead navigator. Rauk's gaze remained fixed upon the extracted data. The pallid tithe had crossed 3 systems ahead of them. At Keprion, entire hive districts had been found welded shut from within, the inhabitants reduced to bloated masses that continued moving after death. At Calthron's Reach, the oceanic purification works had become breeding reservoirs for diseases that dissolved human lungs into black fluid. At Orison 5, orbital habs had transmitted prayers of thanksgiving, while their populations decayed because infected priests had convinced them their suffering was a test of faith. Rauk had followed each ruin. He had never called the pursuit vengeance. One of his brothers said, 3 systems. Rauk answered, 3 debts. And Mordax? The collection. The Carcharodons destroyed the misericord of rot after taking what they needed. Charges placed around the damaged plasma core ruptured the vessel from within, turning its diseased hull into another burning corpse among the convoy wrecks. By then, Carcharodon strike craft were already descending toward Mordax Prime, following narrow approach vectors transmitted by the Death Watch. Their warships remained at the system's edge, with engines running cold, refusing the formation patterns of the Imperial fleet. They had come as hunters. They intended to behave as hunters. Rauk met Shield Captain Acastian Valdir inside what remained of Karen Bastion's western processional gate. The monumental archway had once admitted entire armored regiments beneath statues of Imperial saints. Now half the statues were rubble, and the avenue beyond was buried beneath dead poxwalkers. Bodies lay 3 and 4 deep in places, their swollen limbs intertwined, skulls split by bolt fire, and torsos opened by guardian spear blades. Custodians stood among them, in armor made dull by ash and blood. Their weapons remained ready. Deathwatch veterans occupied firing positions along the ruined walls. When the Carcharodons emerged through bombardment smoke from the opposite side of the avenue, weapons rose on both sides with almost imperceptible precision. No one fired. Rauk stopped a short distance from Valdir, gold-faced grey. Valdir studied the Carcharodons' armor, the exile markings, the old repairs, and the blood drying around the teeth of his chain axe. Rauk examined the custodian with the same stillness. The difference between them was greater than their shared transhuman nature suggested. Valdir's presence spoke of terror, the imperial palace, and an unbroken line of duty stretching back to the Emperor's own hand. Rauk looked as though he had been shaped by empty space beyond the edge of maps. Watch Captain Holt stepped between them before either decided silence had lasted long enough. We share an enemy. Rauk's black lenses turned toward him. We hunt Varax. We know. You obstructed the pursuit. The orbital battle obstructed everyone. Rauk looked back to Valdir. The custodian said, "Your arrival was not authorized. Neither was the plague." The words emerged almost gently. Valdir's guardian spear remained upright at his side. Authorization distinguishes service from interference. Rauk did not move. The outer dark cares little for distinctions made on terror. Several Deathwatch warriors shifted their stance. The custodians did not. Holt spoke before the exchange hardened. "We recovered evidence independently. Varax intends to corrupt the Gethsemane passage. The meridian is Blackstone. If the mechanism can stabilize the route, the Death Guard believe it can be used to carry contamination through it." Rauk transmitted the captured navigation fragments. Red received them, scanned the first data block, and looked immediately toward Holt. "Consistent with our estimate. They brought plague stock prepared for warp exposure." Valdir absorbed the information without visible reaction. "Then your pursuit has value." Rauk's response was immediate. "It has purpose. Mordax may be destroyed." Rauk tilted his head. Valdir continued, "If the meridian cannot be secured, the planet will be denied to the enemy." For the first time, something resembling hostility entered the Carcharodon's stillness. Not outrage, calculation. Varax dies first. The survival of one traitor is irrelevant beside the road to terror. No. The single word made Holt look toward Rauk. The Reaper Prime stepped closer. "He has made 3 worlds into Carrion. If he leaves this one, there will be a 4th. There are worlds beyond counting. There are debts beyond counting." Valdir's eyes narrowed. "You mistake vengeance for strategy." Rauk's reply remained quiet. "You mistake distance for knowledge." For several seconds, neither moved. Artillery thundered beyond the ruined gate. Somewhere under the corpse piles, something diseased was still alive and scratching weakly against ferrocrete. Holt finally said, "Then we kill Varax while denying the meridian." Neither commander objected. The plan formed without ceremony. Custodians would take the direct route toward the meridian's principal access levels, striking the hardest defensive concentrations before the Iron Warriors could seal the fortress completely. Kill Team Gorgon would remain close enough to exploit each breach, identifying Xenos control architecture and marking anything that could not be trusted to Mechanicus interpretation. The Carcharodons would not join the spearhead. They would move laterally through Charon's buried maintenance systems, drainage vaults, abandoned transit arteries and service caverns, cutting into the Death Guard's lower approach lines and severing reinforcement corridors. It was work suited to warriors accustomed to void hulks, forgotten decks, and battles fought where maps were unreliable. Rauk accepted with a nod. Valdir said, "If I order withdrawal, you will obey." Rauk answered, "If the hunt permits." Holt decided that was probably the closest they would come to agreement. Far above them, Kravek Morn watched picked captures of the meeting. Gold armor, grey armor, black armor. 3 Imperial forces now converging upon Karen's interior. Morn felt irritation, but not fear. "Do not contest the custodians in open ground," he ordered. An Iron Warriors champion stood beside the tactical display. "They have already penetrated the Western Gate." "Then the Western Gate is no longer relevant." Morn redrew the defense map. Corridors became kill boxes. Heavy weapons were shifted from frontal bastions to overlapping interior positions. Lascanon teams were placed where advancing custodians would be forced to expose their flanks. Gravitic charges were armed beneath access bridges. Demolition galleries were prepared above maintenance arteries likely to attract the Carcharodons. Demon engines were moved into secondary chambers and ordered to remain dormant until Imperial forces crossed designated thresholds. "Blocking cohorts here, here, and here," Morn said. "Those positions cannot be reinforced. They are not intended to survive." The champion understood. "What is the objective?" "Time." Morn looked toward the Meridian schematic. Bodies were plentiful. Time was not. The Imperial attack began under an artillery storm. Valdir crossed the breached inner gate first, as Iron Warriors opened fire from hardened firing galleries. Guardian spearbolts answered instantly. One traitor vanished backward from an embrasure with half his head gone. Another fired a Lascanon and struck a custodian's shoulder, blasting gold from auramite without stopping the warrior beneath. Valdir reached the barricade before the havocs behind it could adjust their aim. His spear blade punched through the first legionary's gorget, tore free in a sheet of arterial blood, and reversed into the second warrior's abdomen. The integrated bolter fired, while the blade remained inside him. The shell detonated in the Iron Warrior's torso and blew pieces of corrupted organ matter through the rent in his backplate. Behind the Custodes came the Death Watch, disciplined and selective. Malk's heavy weapon destroyed a fortified firing aperture, while Red marked a load-bearing support column for Vey. A shaped charge went onto the Ferrocrete. Seconds later, the entire upper gallery collapsed, burying 2 Iron Warriors and opening the route below. Then the Carcharodons arrived, where the defenders had not expected them. A maintenance wall behind an Iron Warrior's firebase erupted inward under melter-cutting charges. Grey Astartes came through the smoke before the defenders could turn their heavy weapons. The first Iron Warrior lost both hands to a chain-axe stroke before a second blow entered his neck. Another fired point blank and blew a crater in a Carcharodon's breastplate, only for the wounded shark to seize him by the helm and drive a combat blade repeatedly through the abdominal seals until the traitor sagged. The Carcharodons did not hold formation long enough to become targets. They struck in clusters, overwhelmed isolated defenders, and continued forward through chambers suddenly too small for the violence occurring inside them. Gold and grey moved through Karen by different methods and toward the same darkness. The custodians were precision-made flesh, each warrior identifying threats and destroying them with movements so controlled that even Holt struggled to follow the sequence. The Carcharodons were something more primitive without being less disciplined. They closed distances that sane warriors would have maintained, accepting armor damage in exchange for entering the range where chain teeth, fists, and knives could turn battle plate into slaughterhouse debris. For the first time since the siege began, Iron Warriors' positions inside Karen collapsed faster than Morn's projections allowed. That was when Gol Varax changed the war. The Lord of Contagion stood inside a captured municipal reservoir beneath the Plague District and listened to the bells. Around him waited tanks large enough to supply hive populations, their contents transformed over weeks into thick, green-black slurry. Corpses floated inside them by the thousands. Some were Imperial, some had belonged to the Iron Warriors' mortal auxiliaries. Many were still moving. Varax placed one diseased hand upon the activation shrine. "Open them." Rusting gates withdrew. Pumps began to turn. Across captured districts, plague reservoirs ruptured into drainage systems, ventilation towers, and atmospheric processing stacks. Chimneys began vomiting green-black vapor into the sky. The clouds spread against prevailing winds. Rain started falling over the eastern fortifications, warm and greasy enough to leave films across armor. Men looked upward. Then they began coughing. Inside mass graves, dead fingers moved. Bodies rolled onto their sides. A guardsman whose skull had been opened by shrapnel pushed both hands into the mud and tried to rise. Vox channels filled with men choking, priests screaming prayers, and officers demanding medical support that no longer existed. One network after another went silent. From the ruins of Karen, Holt watched the diseased cloud front crawl across the horizon and understood that the siege had entered another form. The enemy was no longer merely fighting for Mordax Prime. Mordax Prime itself was beginning to fight for the enemy. Private Hadron Kelt had survived 37 days beneath the guns of the Iron Warriors and lived long enough to learn that survival on Mordax Prime was not the same thing as being spared. His regiment had begun the siege with more than 8,000 men, spread across the eastern fire trenches of Karen, drawn from a world whose name had already vanished beneath casualty tallies and reinforcement schedules. Fewer than 2,000 remained when the green-black front came across the ruins. They watched it approach without cheering, praying or asking what it was, because every man still alive had seen too much to mistake unnatural weather for anything merciful. The clouds moved against the wind. They rolled low across crater fields in greasy folds that swallowed artillery flashes and reduced the distant bastions to vague silhouettes. Warm rain began first, pattering against helmets and flak plate with an oily softness. Kelt wiped a drop from his rebreather lens and watched the smear remain. Around him, men tightened mask seals and checked filter runes already flickering amber from weeks of dust, smoke, and chemical exposure. Sergeant Malrek walked the parapet, shouting for firing lines to remain ready. Someone asked whether Medicae had issued new filter cartridges. Malrek laughed once, without humor, and told him Medicae had been shelled out of existence 3 days before. The fog reached them slowly enough for every man to understand what was happening. Filters began choking. Breathing grew harder. Kelt heard the first wet cough from the trench section to his left, then another behind him, then dozens. A trooper tore off his glove because his fingers had swollen so quickly inside it that the seams had split. Another fell against the revetment and vomited into his mask. When his squadmate tried to pull the rebreather free, a rope of bloody tissue came with it, pink-grey and quivering, followed by a gush of black blood from the man's mouth. He tried to inhale and made a bubbling sound. Kelt looked away because the movement in the fog had begun. Figures were emerging beyond the wire in numbers that destroyed any value counting might have possessed. Some limped, some crawled, some came at a shambling run. Poxwalkers filled the shell holes and climbed over the dead from earlier assaults, their skin distended, their uniforms hanging in strips from bodies swollen by diseases that should have killed them. Malrek raised his chainsword and shouted for volley fire. Laser guns cracked. Heavy bolters hammered. Poxwalkers burst open, lost limbs, stumbled, fell, rose again. Behind them came more. Kelt fired until his laser gun's charge pack shrieked a warning against the inside of his glove. He changed packs without feeling his fingers. His eyes had begun burning. Something thick moved in his throat whenever he swallowed. The man beside him coughed into his rebreather and spat a bloody flap of lung tissue against the inner lens. He stared at it for half a second, then lifted his weapon and continued firing through his own blood. Officers moved along the trench, beating men back into position whenever panic pulled them toward the rear. Nobody spoke of retreat. The Vox line carried the same order repeatedly through static and screaming. Hold the eastern trench, maintain fire, deny passage into Karen. None of them knew that far below, Custodes and Carcharodons were already inside the fortress structure. None knew that every minute they held the plague mass on the surface, delayed reinforcement moving toward the meridian. Their deaths were purchasing time for warriors whose names they would never hear. Celt died still standing. The infection finally ruptured something inside his chest, and blood poured through his rebreather grill in a hot stream. His knees buckled, but his hands remained locked around the laser gun. The weapon fired once more into the fog before he fell beneath men who were already dying around him. The Death Guard armor followed the dead at a pace almost contemptuous in its lack of urgency. Plague-burst crawlers squatted behind the advancing infantry, their corrupted hulls corroded beneath layers of filth and devotional scarring, while their mortars sent diseased ordnance arcing over the battlefield. The shells struck fortress districts with blasts that killed only the fortunate outright. Those farther from the center remained conscious, while armor seals failed, skin darkened, and wounds began suppurating within seconds. Ground around the craters became slick with biological growth. Ferrocrete sweated. Ammunition casings tarnished green. Tracks on disabled tanks seized beneath rust that spread faster than weather could produce it. Myphitic blight haulers waddled forward. Through the smoke on deformed mechanical limbs, weapons coughing fire at Imperial armor, while cables and exposed mechanisms twitched like entrails around their chassis. Above them drifted fetid bloat drones, swollen demon engines carrying plague spewers and flesh mowers through the shattered skyline. One descended into an Imperial gun pit and swept its flesh mower through the defenders in a single screaming pass. Men came apart against the rotating blades, torsos bursting, helmets bouncing across the emplacement, while the drone rose again, wearing ropes of intestine across its armor. The pallid tithe did not need speed, because everything before it was becoming more favorable. With every minute it remained alive. Trenches became contagion pits. Corpse fields became breeding grounds. Ventilation systems carried disease into sealed bastions. Water purification plants failed not through demolition, but through contamination. The Death Guard's advance converted battlefield geography into a weapon, where the Iron Warriors calculated firing lanes, reinforcement corridors, and structural loads. Gol Varax calculated incubation. He stood in a former Administratum transit vault beneath the Plague District, looking upon a map Morn had provided, and another map Morn did not know existed. The first showed the principal meridian access points and the routes Iron Warriors intended to use. The second had been assembled by Varax's own Plague Marines from captured Mechanicus fragments. It showed minor Noctilith sites dispersed through the fortress crust, small secondary nodes that Morn's engineers had classified as irrelevant to stabilization. Varax knew better than to argue with Kravik Morn before the time came. The Iron Warrior would tolerate infection, so long as infection assisted the siege. He would not tolerate the meridian itself becoming unreliable. Morn wanted a corridor that could carry armies. Varax wanted a corridor that could carry sickness farther than any fleet. Both purposes occupied the same machine, only until one began threatening the other. The Lord of Contagion therefore kept part of his design outside Iron Warrior's command channels. Beneath captured districts, hooded plague cultists moved in processions through drainage shafts and service tunnels carrying reliquaries sealed with wax, bone, and rotting leather. Some were small enough to cradle against the chest. Others required teams of infected slaves dragging iron chains. Within them rested cultures harvested from dead worlds, spores cultivated aboard the benediction of flies, fragments of diseased organs kept alive in warp-fed brine, and things no mortal medicae would have called disease, because disease was too narrow a word. Their destinations were the secondary nodes. Morn saw useless architecture. Varax saw roots. "Grandfather does not require the trunk," he murmured, as the cultists disappeared into the lower tunnels. "Only that the rot reaches the roots." Far beneath the poisoned surface, the Imperial advance entered the first Manufactorum nave, claimed directly by the Pallid Tithe. The chamber had once assembled armored bulkheads for orbital fortresses. Gantries crossed a void crowded with suspended machinery, crane rails and half-completed plating sections large enough to roof hab districts. Now corpse fog filled the lower levels. It crawled across the deck in yellow-white sheets and carried a stench so powerful that armor filtration systems registered multiple biological hazards before shutting down external analysis to preserve processing capacity. Valdir slowed at the threshold. Rauk's Carcharodons spread through adjacent access corridors without prompting. Holt raised one fist, and Kill Team Gorgon halted behind the Custodes. Movement came through the haze. Blightlord Terminators emerged first. Their armor was grotesquely swollen. Tactical dreadnought plate, corroded yet impossibly functional, every surface crusted with filth, fungus, and remnants of devotional trophies. Combi weapons fired from the fog. Bolter rounds struck gantries and armor. One shell detonated against a Carcharodon's pauldron and tore away a slab of grey ceramite. Another warrior took a round through the abdomen and remained upright while his armor sealed around the wound. Then the plague spewers opened. Streams of pressurized filth washed across the upper walkway and turned steel railings black. A mortal servitor caught in the edge of the spray screamed as its flesh sloughed from its augmetic frame. Skin slipped from bone. What remained collapsed beside the machinery, still trying to complete its programmed duty. The Carcharodons charged. There was no shouted challenge. Rauk moved first, chain axe roaring as he crossed the distance beneath fire. The nearest Blightlord raised a balesword. Rauk struck the weapon aside and drove his axe into the traitor's shoulder. Chain teeth chewed through corroded plate and into what should have been muscle. Instead, they struck dense, fibrous growth wrapped around blackened bone. The Death Guard warrior did not cry out. He swung again with the opposite arm while the axe was still embedded. Rauk ripped the weapon free and turned the return blow with his vambrace. Another Carcharodon hit the Blightlord from the side. His chainsword opened the abdominal plate. What spilled out had no right to belong inside a space marine. Pale organs had grown around ammunition feeds and internal cables. Ribs protruded through masses of swollen flesh and had fused into the armor itself. Colonies of white vermin nested inside cavities where lungs should have expanded, scattering across the deck when the torso opened. A cluster of maggots poured from beneath the gorget and disappeared into rents in the breastplate. The Blightlord continued fighting. That changed the engagement immediately. Astartes learned very young in their second life which wounds killed other Astartes. A bolt round through the eye lens, destruction of the brain, severing of the spine, catastrophic trauma to both hearts, or enough damage to the primary organs would end most transhuman warriors. The Death Guard obeyed those rules only reluctantly. Rauk's warriors adapted within seconds. They stopped trusting penetration and began dismantling targets. Weapon arms came off first. Knees were destroyed. Heads were severed completely, rather than merely pierced. One Carcharodon drove a blade through a plague marine's neck, found the warrior still moving, then seized the helm with both hands and twisted until vertebrae tore apart beneath the gorget. Another pinned a Blightlord beneath his boot and fired 2 bolt shells into the exposed chest cavity after the enemy had already stopped moving. The Custodians adapted more subtly. Their killing strikes had always been precise enough to end ordinary transhuman life with minimal waste. Against the pallid tithe, they added fractions of a second to confirm destruction. A spear thrust became a thrust, followed by torsion sufficient to sever the spine. A decapitating cut continued through armor instead of ending when the neck opened. Those fractions were almost nothing, but in combat at Custodian speed, almost nothing could become the difference between controlling a chamber and allowing an enemy weapon to fire once more. Valdir reached the confined transit hall beyond the nave, while 3 plague marines attempted to hold the passage. The first raised a bolt gun. Valdir's guardian spear fired before the traitor completed the movement. The mass reactive shell entered the Plague Marine's faceplate through one lens and detonated behind it. The back of the helm burst outward in a cone of rotten tissue, bone, and fragments of lens glass. Valdir was already inside the second warrior's reach. The spear blade entered through the breastplate at an angle, punched between fused ribs, and exited beneath the opposite pauldron. The Death Guard warrior tried to bring a plague knife down. Valdir twisted his grip and used the impaled body as leverage, wrenching the corpse sideways into the third traitor's path. The final Plague Marine stumbled over his brother. Valdir released the spear with one hand, seized the traitor's weapon wrist, broke the joint through powered armor, and recovered his spear in the same motion. The blade came free, trailing black blood. His next strike removed the Plague Marine's head. Rauk saw the sequence. The Reaper Prime had watched Astartes' heroes fight. He had watched Chapter Masters move through mortal soldiers like execution engines. He had watched things from beyond the edge of Imperial space tear Terminators apart. The Custodians' violence remained different. Valdir had not hurried. He had not committed more force than each movement required. He had spent one bolt shell. Nothing in the passage had been accidental, including where the corpses fell. Efficient, one Carcharodon murmured over the squad channel. Rauk's answer was, quiet. Watch. The Imperial advance continued until Kill Team Gorgon found the sealed bulkhead. Human hands struck the opposite side before the Auspex had finished scanning it. Imperial identification codes, Red reported. Several hundred life signs. A voice came through the door vox, ragged with static. In the Emperor's name, open. We are Mordak's infantry. We have wounded. Holt approached the panel. Symptoms? Silence followed. Then someone on the other side began coughing. Another voice shouted over him. Filters failed in the outer galleries. We sealed before exposure. Some men are sick from smoke. That's all. Red checked the scanner. Elevated temperatures. Respiratory distress in multiple subjects. Cannot determine plague infection through the bulkhead. Holt looked to Valdir. We need medici examination. No. There may be uninfected men inside. There may. We can isolate them. We do not have time. The fists began pounding harder against the metal when those nearest the bulkhead somehow understood the exchange. Holt lowered his voice. Several hundred loyal soldiers. Valdir regarded the door as though it were another tactical obstruction. And one uncertain infection vector moving toward a mechanism that may open a corridor toward Terra. They held this fortress. They have completed that duty. Valdir transmitted a command. Custodian support servitors moved forward, carrying thermal purge equipment. The men behind the door began screaming. Holt stared at him. Shield Captain. Do you possess evidence that they are clean? No. Then the uncertainty is resolved. Heat flooded the sealed chamber. The screaming became louder for several seconds. Men hammered against the bulkhead, cursed, prayed and begged the Emperor for deliverance, while temperatures rose beyond what flesh could endure. Voices became shrieks. Shrikes became animal sounds. Then came nothing but the crackle of fire and the dull impacts of bodies collapsing against metal. Rauk watched the purge indicator reach completion. Wasteful, he said. Holt turned on him. The Reaper Prime indicated an emergency decompression conduit branching from the chamber. Breaking the outer seal would have been faster, less promethium. For the first time since arriving on Mordax, Holt had no immediate answer. He looked from Rauk to Valdir and understood with sudden clarity what kind of allies surrounded Kill Team Gorgon. One served mankind from so far above ordinary human concerns that hundreds of loyal soldiers became a contamination probability. The other had lived in the outer dark so long that the only criticism of mass death was logistical inefficiency. Far away, Kravek Morn made a decision of his own. The Manufactorum level, designated Furnace March 7, had become contested by Death Guard, Imperial Assault Forces, and more than 30,000 of Morn's mortal auxiliaries. Several Iron Warriors squads remained within it. So did siege materiel that could still have been recovered. Morn watched the tactical projections until all three enemy movement vectors converged where he wanted them. "Detonate the substructure charges," he said. His lieutenant hesitated for less than a heartbeat. "Our own formations remain inside." "I am aware." Melter charges buried across the support foundations ignited simultaneously. Structural columns turned white, then ceased existing. Entire factory blocks dropped as though the world had opened beneath them. Machinery, armor, bodies and kilometers of ferrocrete collapsed into the levels below. Death Guard and Imperial warriors vanished together. Mortal soldiers fell screaming into darkness, while buildings folded inward above them. The collapse propagated through adjoining sectors until the ground convulsed beneath Karen. Morn studied the updated map. 3 approach tunnels disappeared. Custodian advance projections lengthened. Delay? 19 minutes. Morn turned away from the casualty estimate without reading it twice. Then the planet changed. Deep beneath all 4 armies, something ancient woke. The first vibration passed through Karen too slowly to be an earthquake, and too evenly to be machinery. Blackstone pylons hidden kilometers below the fortress began resonating. The sensation reached the surface as pressure behind the eyes, and a sudden cold inside the bones. Across Mordak's prime, warp phenomena faltered. Demonic engines staggered. Possessed weapons screamed through vox channels. A foetid bloat drone fell from the sky when the thing inhabiting it partially lost its hold upon reality. Flesh peeled away from machinery in strips of smoking matter. Elsewhere, demon forms convulsed and became translucent before snapping back into the immaterium with sounds no mortal throat could make. Astropaths collapsed in relay chambers, clutching bleeding eyes. Plague bells stopped ringing. For one impossible moment, even Gol Varax felt the universe become harder around him. Holt looked down as every Xenos detection rune on Red's Auspex ignited at once. The Deathwatch savant raised his head. "Activation!" Valdir turned toward him. "Source?" Red's hands moved rapidly across the device. The signal strengthened. A subterranean coordinate resolved beneath layers of corrupted tactical data. Holt understood before the machine finished. Morn had not merely found the Meridian. The Iron Warriors had reached one of its control nodes. Kravek Morn had expected machinery. He had expected buried reactors, relay vaults, control thrones, cyclopean conduits, and the layered superstitions of dead Mechanicus priesthoods wrapped around mechanisms their descendants no longer understood. He had not expected the geometry to be wrong. Meridian Node Primus occupied a cavern beneath Karen Bastion, large enough to contain a cathedral city, although none of its dimensions agreed with the survey data taken from the tunnels leading toward it. The outer vault measured more than a kilometer from threshold to far wall, yet Cogitator rangefinding insisted the distance varied according to angle of observation. Blackstone pillars rose through the floor in rows that appeared parallel until viewed through optical augmentation, whereupon their alignments diverged by fractions too small for human senses and too consistent to be accidental. Warpsmith Dravak then had ordered the chamber measured 6 times by 6 different systems. Each returned a different answer. A mortal savant serving him suggested instrumentation failure. Then removed the man's lower jaw with a mechatendril and had him return to the calculation pits. Morn approved. Machines could fail, instruments could lie. Geometry did neither. If the measurements disagreed, then the error lay not in the structure, but in the assumptions being applied to it. That possibility interested him more than anything Mordak's Prime had offered since the siege began. The Iron Warriors had breached only Node Primus. The central meridian remained deeper beneath the fortress, protected behind strata of alien architecture. Mechanicus additions and Imperial defense systems fused together across millennia. Yet even this lesser node had already humbled 3 captured Cogitator banks and destroyed and enslaved around Node Primus. The fortress was being remade according to Iron Warrior's doctrine. Corridors wide enough for infantry were blasted outward until defilers could scuttle through them with their bladed limbs scraping sparks from ferrocrete. Automated guns were installed, facing not the obvious Imperial approach lanes, but the routes attackers would choose after the first defensive position fell. False breaches were carved deliberately into weakened walls, each opening offering cover, elevation, and apparent access toward the node. Beyond them waited demolition galleries packed with melter charges and ceiling plates unsupported except by remotely triggered braces. Ammunition servitors crossed exposed intersections under enemy fire, carrying shell crates toward havoc squads. Some arrived. Others were cut apart by bolter fire or shredded by ricochets, their remaining limbs still attempting to drag ammunition forward until corrupted control implants ceased functioning. No one recovered them. Mortal labor gangs built barricades from dead servitors, collapsed machinery, and their own fallen overseers. Each defensive line existed only to make the next stronger. The Iron Warriors did not fortify ground because they loved walls. They fortified ground because a wall was a weapon that continued killing after the warriors behind it withdrew. Champion Harcourt Ven entered the node with soot coating the hazard stripes across his breastplate. His left pauldron had been melted almost smooth by plasma fire. "The Helix approach has fallen," he reported. 60 legionaries lost, 2 Havoc cadres destroyed, mortal blocking formations annihilated. Morn did not look away from the Blackstone calculations. Did the Custodians reveal teleport capability? Ven hesitated only long enough to access his helm record. Yes, tactical dreadnought signatures appeared beyond the secondary barricade. Golden plate, Alarus pattern. Morn finally turned. Then the expenditure was acceptable. Ven inclined his head. There was no anger at 60 legionaries being described as expenditure. Sons of Perturabo had been taught for 10,000 years that endurance was not suffering nobly. Endurance was recognition that pain had no command authority. The flesh could fail, armor could break, brothers could die. None of those things altered the objective. Iron within was not an encouragement shouted before battle. It was the refusal to grant consequence moral weight. Morn looked past Ven toward the tactical projection. Move the reserve Lascanon teams to the command vault. Ven understood at once. You believe they will teleport. I believe they will do what their superiority permits them to believe is safe. The Custodians came in a flare of impossible gold. Teleportation tore open the node Primus command vault with a concussion that split lumen globes and threw slave scribes from their benches. 3 Alarus Custodians materialized inside the chamber, where captured Imperial intelligence had indicated the control nexus should lie. Their auramite terminator plate gleamed beneath dust and electrical discharge. Grenade launchers fired before the last distortion of translation had vanished. Iron warriors died almost immediately. 1 legionary lost his head and half a shoulder beneath a projectile that detonated against his gorget. Another was driven backward when a Castellan axe passed through his breastplate and opened him from collar to abdomen, spilling organs across the deck before his armor had understood he was dead. The Custodians moved with horrifying speed, despite armor heavier than that worn by most Astartes. They expected resistance. They expected overlapping fire. They did not expect Kravik Morn to have altered the room around their arrival point. The floor beneath them collapsed by a fraction of a meter. That was all the gravitic trap required. Their balance shifted. Lascanons fired. The first beams struck from recessed apertures concealed behind false cogitator banks. 1 Alarus Custodian twisted away from the principal shot, but the second beam struck his left hip and burned through layers of auramite before detonating against the structure beneath. He remained standing. A third beam hit his shoulder. Gold armor erupted outward. Morn moved before the Custodian recovered. The iron mantle drove forward like a siege engine given flesh. Ancient cataphracti plate enclosed Morn beneath overlapping slabs of ceramite, iron and augmetic reinforcement. Power cables flexed along his spine. Mechatendrils spread behind him, some ending in cutting tools, others in weapon muzzles or mechanized claws. Last argument rose in his hands. The Thunderhammer's power field ignited with a crack that made the air recoil. The wounded Alarus brought his axe across to parry. Morn struck. The impact cratered the deck. The custodian's weapon caught enough of the blow to prevent immediate death, but the hammer's force tore his left arm from the shoulder joint. Auramite, bone, artificial fiber and flesh exploded together. The severed limb spun away, still gripping the axe. The custodian did not cry out. He drove forward one-handed and slammed his shoulder into Morn's breastplate hard enough to make the warsmith's internal stabilizers shriek. A misericordia appeared in his remaining hand and struck toward the gap beneath Morn's helm. One of the warsmith's mechatendrils caught the blade arm. Another fired point blank. The custodian wrenched free before the shot could penetrate his throat, leaving part of the mechatendril severed and sparking. Across the vault, the second Alarus had killed an obliterator. The corrupted giant died only after the custodian's Castellan axe split its torso almost in half, exposing weapon organs and molten ammunition grown together inside the body. As the custodian tore his blade free, 2 Lascannons fired from opposing angles. One beam struck his breastplate, the other hit below the arm. Auramite blackened and burst. He went to one knee. Iron warriors opened with autocannons immediately, rounds hammering the damaged armor faster than a mortal eye could have followed. He rose through the impacts and killed the nearest havoc with a grenade launcher shot that blew the traitor into pieces. A second later, a third Lascannon struck the same damaged section and threw him against the wall, hard enough to fracture the ferrocrete. The custodians were not being beaten through superior warriors. They were being hurt by an entire room designed to hurt them. That distinction mattered. Valdir watched the engagement through intermittent helm telemetry, several levels above Node Primus. The feed stuttered beneath Blackstone interference, showing fragments rather than a continuous battle. Morn's hammer descending, hidden firing apertures opening, an Alarus custodian advancing after losing an arm, an Iron Warrior's Terminator being cut apart, then static. Holt stood beside Red, while the Deathwatch savant mapped each visible weapon's discharge against the chamber schematics. "They need reinforcement," Holt said. Valdir remained motionless. "Not yet." Holt turned toward him. "Your warriors are inside a prepared kill chamber." "Yes." "And Morn is exposing every concealed system he placed there." "Yes." Holt stared at him for half a heartbeat. "You are using them as bait." Valdir looked toward the broken feed. "They knew the purpose of the insertion. They knew you expected a trap." "No. They knew I required the trap revealed." The shield captain's voice contained no defense, because he did not consider the decision questionable. "The 10,000 are not valuable because we fear losing them, Watch Captain. We are valuable because our deaths must purchase something that lesser deaths cannot." Holt looked at the telemetry again. Hidden Lascannon positions appeared one after another as Red marked them. Gravitic emitters, demolition charges, reinforcement passages. The entire pattern of Morn's defense was becoming visible because 3 custodians were forcing him to use it. Farther west, Caio Rauch exploited that revelation without comment. The Carcharodons entered Charon's ventilation architecture through shafts built for industrial coolant rather than men. Their shoulders scraped against ribbed metal. Some passages were too narrow even for standard power armor, forcing warriors to advance sideways with weapons held across their chests. Heat warnings climbed. Condensation ran across gray plate in oily streams. Rauch's packs moved through branching ducts and service trunks, guided by Holt's transmitted Auspex map. They bypassed barricades, heavy weapon galleries, and most of Morn's carefully layered defense, because none of those positions had been designed to fire through walls. The first Iron Warrior's ammunition magazine died before its defenders understood they were under attack. A maintenance hatch blew inward. Grey Astartes entered through the smoke. The nearest mortal loader lost his head to a combat blade. A legionary turned with a bolt pistol, only for Rauk to seize the weapon wrist and drive a chain axe into the traitor's side. The teeth chewed through ceramite, ribs and organs before lodging against the spine. Rauk pulled sideways. The Iron Warrior came apart around the waist in a burst of blood that steamed when it struck the hot armor of the ammunition servitors. Another Carcharodon buried his chainsword in a gunner's groin seal and cut upward until the weapon emerged beneath the breastplate. No warrior shouted. They killed the command crew, placed charges among the shell stacks, and withdrew through the same maintenance network before the first detonation. They did not seize ground. They removed function. Artillery direction chambers went silent. Ammunition lifts stopped moving. Reserve corridors filled with fire. An Iron Warrior's communications cell transmitted a single warning before Grey Warriors came through a coolant hatch behind them. By the time Morn understood the attack pattern, 5 support nodes had been destroyed. His answer was immediate. Seal ventilation partitions from sectors 12 through 19. Champion Ven looked at the map. Our labor population remains inside. Then seal them inside. Carcharodon contacts remain unconfirmed in 3 sublevels. Purge all 3. Industrial promethium flooded the ducts. Igniters followed. The lower fortress became a furnace. Thousands of mortal laborers died without ever seeing the warriors Morn intended to kill. Fire raced through ventilation arteries, turning workers into blackened shapes pressed against sealed bulkheads. Those who escaped the flame inhaled superheated fumes that cooked lungs from within. Furnace exhaust was redirected into coolant caverns until temperatures rose past the endurance limits of unprotected flesh. Toxic processing atmosphere followed, thick with metal vapor, lubricants and compounds lethal enough to strip the lining from human throats. Several Carcharodons were trapped. One pack transmitted a single clipped contact code when the fire barriers closed behind them. Rauk saw their rune markers flicker red. He did not order a rescue. The trapped warriors did not request one. Their last telemetry showed them advancing toward an Iron Warrior's reserve armory, while their suit temperatures climbed beyond safe thresholds. One brother collapsed when his backpack reactor failed. The others continued. 30 seconds later, the armory detonated. Their signals vanished together. Rauk marked the loss in the chapter's battle cant. 3 names became 3 debts. Then he moved on. In the Meridian Access Vault, Red finally understood what the Blackstone was doing. He had spent the battle listening to the node rather than the gunfire. Auspec's probes had been driven into cracked interface pillars, while Holt and Kill Team Gorgon held the chamber approaches. Data came in contradictory waves. Energy signatures vanished whenever psychic interference increased, then returned when the local warp pressure subsided. Imperial annotations described only one operating state, because that was the only state the Mechanicus had dared employ. Red overlaid recovered Death Guard navigation data upon the node's resonance pattern. The result made him stop. Halt! The watch captain crossed the chamber. Red projected 2 waveform structures. The Meridian does not possess one active configuration. How many? 2 broad polarities. Perhaps more, but 2 we can identify. Suppression and amplification. Holt looked at the first pattern. Suppression calms the passage. Yes, it reduces empiric turbulence locally. It forces the corridor toward material stability. And the second? Red's expression hardened. Reverses the effect. Holt understood before the explanation continued. The same Blackstone can strengthen warp activity. Yes. Varrix's purpose became clear in a single moment. He did not intend merely to place infected passengers aboard vessels and send them through a safer route. He intended to corrupt the Meridian into a resonant plague conduit. Ships crossing the Gethsemane Passage could enter a region where the immaterium itself carried the contagion. Geller fields might preserve hulls, while doing nothing to stop warp pressure interacting with minds, souls, and whatever diseases Varax had prepared to survive translation. Entire convoys could emerge infected without understanding where exposure had occurred. Holt transmitted the finding to Valdir. The reply came instantly. Then the mechanism cannot be permitted uncontrolled polarity. Red looked toward the deeper node structures. Morn may not know yet. A new alarm answered him. It originated inside the Iron Warriors network. Kravek Morn stood over a tactical display, while 3 unauthorized movement signatures appeared around the secondary pylons. Death Guard identifiers, plague cult cohorts, sealed reliquary carriers, routes that had never been entered into his siege plan. For 1 second, the warsmith said nothing. Then he understood everything. Varax had not come to assist his conquest. Varax had come to infect Perturabo's road. Morn's expression did not change. Transmit new engagement parameters. Champion Ven looked toward him. All pallid tithe formations approaching Meridian infrastructure are to be classified as hostile contamination. Ven's helm lenses glowed red. Including legionaries? Including everything. The order entered the Iron Warriors command net. Across Kharon, gunmetal weapons turned. Death Guard units advancing through supposedly allied lines saw Lescanon apertures rotate toward them. Artillery batteries changed coordinates. Blast doors sealed behind plague cohorts. An Iron Warriors missile struck the first plague marine transport and tore it open from beneath, throwing diseased bodies across a transit yard in burning pieces. Gol Varax received the reports and laughed. Kravek Morn listened to the same casualty runes and felt nothing at all. The siege of Mordax Prime had ceased to possess 2 sides. Now everyone beneath Kharon was hunting everyone else. The betrayal spread across Mordax Prime faster than any formal declaration of war could have traveled. Iron Warriors artillery that had spent weeks pounding Imperial bastions adjusted elevation by fractions, recalculated azimuth, and began firing into districts held by the Pallid Tithe without warning. Siege shells descended upon plague camps still receiving ammunition from Iron Warriors' supply routes. One manufacturum quarter disappeared beneath overlapping detonations before its Death Guard garrison understood that the ranging shots were not Imperial. Plague Marines emerged from collapsing ferrocrete coated in burning promethium and powdered masonry, their swollen armor blackened, their weapons already turning toward gunmetal silhouettes that had been allies less than an hour before. The Death Guard answered in their own manner. They did not waste ammunition trying to duel every battery that had fired upon them. Plague cultists moved through the rear areas of the Iron Warriors' war machine, opening sealed drums inside ammunition depots, emptying diseased slurry into cisterns, smearing infectious paste across shell hoists, and cutting filtration seals in slave barracks. Water reservoirs serving tens of thousands of mortal auxiliaries became opaque with rot. Men drank from them because they had no alternative and began convulsing before the next ration cycle. Entire labor cohorts awoke to find their bunk halls sealed from outside while something wet breathed through the ventilation grills. By the time Morn's overseers realized what was happening, tens of millions of mortal soldiers, slaves, cultists, laborers and prisoners had become trapped inside a conflict between masters who had never considered their lives worth preserving. Tactical maps that had once shown broad Iron Warriors and Death Guard sectors fractured into a mosaic of gunmetal redoubts, plague zones, surviving Imperial enclaves, and no-man's lands where every force killed whatever emerged from the smoke. Gol Varax welcomed it. He stood within a chapel that had once belonged to the machine god, now transformed into a reliquary of Nurgle. Rusted cables drooped from the ceiling like hanging intestines. Dead tech priests had been nailed upright around the walls, their mechanical limbs arranged into gestures of benediction, while fungal growth burst through the sockets of their augmetics. Varax listened to reports of Iron Warriors' bombardments, destroyed plague convoys, and contaminated supply networks with the serenity of a priest hearing favorable weather. Each death mattered, but not in the manner Kravek Morn would have understood. Resentment mattered. Despair mattered. Men trapped between loyalties mattered. The emotional stink of soldiers realizing that their masters considered them expendable was as useful to Varax as corpse matter, because despair softened the boundary between surrender and worship. An Iron Warrior's emissary entered the chapel under truce, a legionary with a scarred helm and enough restraint not to fire upon the plague cultists kneeling around him. Warsmith Morn orders all Pallid Tithe personnel away from Meridian infrastructure, he said. Any Death Guard formation approaching the secondary nodes will be destroyed. Varax looked at him with his single bright eye. Your Warsmith still imagines destruction is a threat. The Iron Warrior's bolter remained lowered. You were tolerated because your contagions weakened the defenders. That tolerance has ended. Varax's smile widened. Iron rusts. Fortresses crumble. Numbers eventually reach zero. Your master has spent 10,000 years learning the lesson and still resents the teacher. The emissary's gauntlet tightened around his weapon. Withdraw. Varax turned away. No. The Pallid Tithe's cruelty became most visible where it pretended to be medicine. Deep beneath the Western Plague District, an Imperial field hospital had been captured intact when its defenders surrendered after running out of ammunition. The wounded had expected execution. The plague surgeons disappointed them. Hundreds of guardsmen lay strapped to medici frames, while corrupted apothecarian instruments measured fever, organ failure, and psychic distress. Men with amputated limbs were kept alive through transfusion lines, pumping fluids that had not originated in any sanctioned blood bank. Others were deliberately infected with different plague strains, then given surviving stocks of Imperial counteragents, so the Death Guard could observe which diseases adapted, which weakened, and which changed into something more interesting. A guardsman whose lungs had begun turning to fibrous sacs was kept conscious, while a plague surgeon opened his chest and watched the organs labor against restraints. Another screamed until his vocal cords tore as fungal structures emerged beneath his spine. The surgeons recorded everything with methodical patience. They were not torturing for confession or pleasure. They were cultivating evidence. When the Carcharodons entered the hospital through maintenance galleries hours later, the killing was immediate. Grey-armored warriors butchered the plague surgeons first. Chain blades tore through corrupted power armor, severing arms that still carried surgical tools. Bolter rounds exploded inside diseased helms. One surgeon fought on after losing half his abdomen until a Carcharodon drove a power fist through his chest and ripped out enough fused organ matter to stop movement. Then the sharks turned toward the prisoners. The wounded understood what was coming before any order was spoken. Some begged, others cursed. One Imperial sergeant tried to salute from his restraint cradle, despite having only one arm. Reaper Prime Kaio Rauk walked among them and examined the signs of contamination. Black veins, distended throats, strange growth beneath the eyes. Several men looked healthy, but the filtration seals around the chamber had been breached, and plague cultures covered the surgeon's instruments. Extraction would mean bringing uncertainty into the Imperial line. Rauk raised one hand. His warriors fired. Bolter detonations filled the ward. Bodies burst against stained medici frames. Heads disappeared. Chests opened. The sergeant died still holding his salute. Rauk watched the last life sign vanish, then ordered the chamber burned. There was no prayer, no apology. The Carcharodons left before the flames reached the ceiling. Rauk found Valdir at a shattered logistics nexus, where several fortress routes intersected beneath Karen. The shield captain stood over a tactical projection, while Holt and Kill Team Gorgon fed new data into the map. Iron Warriors activity clustered around Node Primus. Death Guard movement spread toward the lower reliquary vaults and the secondary pylons. Rauk entered without announcement and said, "Varax is below us." Valdir did not look up. Morn controls the immediate threat. Varax carries the greater corruption. The Meridian is the objective. Rauk stepped closer. The plague follows him. Valdir finally raised his eyes. And if Morn stabilizes the passage while you satisfy your debt, Perturabo gains a corridor toward Terra. Rauk's expression did not change, but his stillness hardened. If Varax escapes, the plague moves elsewhere. Then other worlds will burn. You say that easily? Because it is true. The Carcharodon's voice lowered. You guard one world. Valdir answered, I guard the throne that holds mankind together. The tension between them sharpened enough that several Deathwatch warriors adjusted their stance. Holt intervened before doctrine became violence. Both of you are arguing about commanders when the mechanism is what makes either plan possible. He enlarged the Meridian schematic. Morn is using Node Primus to impose stabilization. Varax is seeding the secondary structures for polarity inversion. Kill either one now, and his work remains. The Iron Warriors can replace Morn with another Warsmith. The Pallid Tithe can complete a ritual without Varax if the reliquaries are already in place. We destroy their access to the machine, then we kill whoever survives. Valdir considered the projection. Rauk looked at Holt for several heartbeats. Speak the plan. It divided them by purpose. Valdir and the surviving custodians would assault Meridian Node Primus directly and force Morn away from the stabilization controls before the Warsmith could complete his engineering. Rauk would lead the Carcharodons down through the reliquary vaults, follow the Pallid Tithe's contamination routes, and kill Varax before the plague ritual reached full strength. Holt and Kill Team Gorgon would descend farther than either force, following Red Xenos readings toward the central nexus, where the polarity regulators converged. There they would identify the minimum destruction necessary to deny both chaos plans without immediately killing the world. Holt listened to the final condition with a grim expression. Valdir said, If either assault fails, you detonate. Holt looked at him. Regardless of remaining Imperial forces. Regardless. Including your custodians. Including me. Rauk said nothing. Valdir's gaze remained fixed upon Holt. Your hesitation is unnecessary. If the corridor opens, everyone still fighting beneath Kharon has already failed. Holt nodded once. Understood. Above them, Mordax Prime discovered that betrayal could create opportunity. Imperial commanders, who had spent more than a month watching their defensive lines collapse, saw Iron Warriors' artillery turning upon plague districts and ordered a general counter-offensive before anyone could reconsider. Armored divisions emerged from fortress gates in columns so long their rear vehicles began moving before their leading squadrons had cleared the defensive belts. Lehman Russ tanks ground through corpse fields where dead men lay deep enough to foul tracks and wrap clothing, bones and entrails around drive sprockets. Recovery vehicles followed, dragging immobilized armor free while enemy fire struck around them. Baneblades advanced among lesser tanks like moving fortress towers, their guns hammering demon engines through the diseased haze. Infantry followed in numbers visible from orbit as crawling threads of human movement between burning bastions. The Titans came with them. God engines strode through the plague clouds with void shields blazing around their forms. War horns sounded over the artillery. One Imperial Titan fired through a bank of green-black fog and struck a demon engine large enough to straddle a Hab district, the blast tearing its upper body apart in a fountain of metal, flame, and something that bled. Return fire detonated against void shields and turned the air into white fire. Aircraft fought above them in skies so contaminated by ash and spores that pilots relied more on auspex than vision. Thunderbolts and lightnings crossed contrails with corrupted interceptors. Burning wrecks fell into the armies below. Some pilots ejected only to descend into plague zones and die before touching ground. Artillery crews continued loading Earthshaker shells, while blood ran from their noses, ears and eyes. One battery lost every officer to disease and kept firing under a senior loader who could barely stand. Nobody stopped, because stopping meant the enemy gained another kilometer. Valdir chose the most obvious approach to Node Primus precisely because Morn believed no rational commander would choose it. The killing ground ahead was a broad transit court, stripped of cover and flanked by firing galleries whose apertures had been blackened to conceal weapon positions. Holt had identified Lascannon nests, autocannon emplacements, and gravitic traps. There were almost certainly others. The Custodians advanced anyway. Presidium shields came forward first, their power fields catching the opening volley in explosions of white light. Valdir moved behind the shield-bearer for less than a second before breaking left. Guardian spearfire answered the moment a Lascannon aperture brightened. A bolt struck the gunner's helm before the weapon completed its discharge and detonated inside the skull. Another Custodian fired into a second aperture while already moving toward a third threat. They crossed ground entire Space Marine squads might have required suppressive fire to approach, not because the enemy fire was ineffective, but because every Custodian acted before the Iron Warriors could complete the sequence between detection and killing shot. A demon-possessed dreadnought crashed through a blast door on the right flank, its sarcophagus buried beneath warped armor and chains hammered directly into the hull. One arm ended in a power claw, the other in a rotary cannon, whose first burst shredded the ferrocrete where a Custodian had stood a heartbeat earlier. The warrior carrying the Castellan axe turned. He did not call for support. He crossed beneath the cannon's traverse, struck the weapon housing once, and severed the feed assembly. The dreadnought swung its claw. The Custodian ducked beneath it, stepped inside the machine's reach, and buried the axe in the central sarcophagus. The power field exploded armor inward. Something inside screamed. He tore the blade free and struck again. The second blow split the sarcophagus from collar to lower housing, releasing black fluid, fragments of preserved flesh, and tangled neural cable. The demon tried to force the machine onward. A third strike destroyed whatever remained of the occupant. The Custodian never looked back to see it fall. The Iron Warriors still exacted payment. Havocs fired in disciplined bursts and withdrew before the Custodes reached them, abandoning weapon positions already rigged to explode. Obliterators remained behind in sacrificial chambers and poured impossible volumes of fire into the golden advance until they were physically dismantled.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
One grew a melter weapon from its forearm and burned a trench across a Custodian's thigh before a Guardian spear entered its mouth and blew the back of its head apart. Deeper within the approach, a Vindicator rolled from a concealed armor bay and fired at almost suicidal range. The Demolisher shell struck the wall beside Valdir. The explosion lifted the shield captain from his feet and hurled him through several meters of ferrocrete. Stone, armor fragments, and pulverized bodies filled the corridor. For a moment, Holt's tactical display lost Valdir's signal. Then the rubble moved. The shield captain emerged with one side of his auramite plate blackened, part of his cloak burned away, and blood leaking through a damaged seal beneath his ribs. He retrieved his Guardian spear and continued forward. Beyond the destroyed Vindicator lay another barricade. Beyond that, another gun line. Morn had never intended one wall to stop the Custodes. He intended 100 walls to consume seconds, ammunition, armor integrity, and blood, until even the 10,000 arrived late. Rauch descended through darker places. The reliquary vaults predated much of the surrounding fortress and had been abandoned centuries before the siege. Pipes covered the ceilings. Old devotional machinery filled niches along the walls. The Carcharodons moved with lumen output, reduced to almost nothing. They found the first bodies hanging from the pipes. Rauch stopped. The corpses had been flayed. Skinless men hung by iron hooks through shoulders and hips, their blood collected in shallow channels cut into the floor. Their bodies had been arranged deliberately into curved patterns that meant nothing to Holt's tactical symbology and everything to a Carcharodon. Exile markings, chapter markings, mocked in human meat. One dead man still wore part of a chapter serf's void suit around his legs. Rauk stared upward. His breathing changed once. That was all. A battle brother beside him said, "Taken from the outer pursuit fleet." "Yes. They knew we would find this route." "Yes." The Carcharodon's chain axe activated with a low growl. Rauk turned his head. Silence. The weapon died. He looked at the corpses one final time. Burn them. Promethium washed across the dead. Fire climbed the bodies and consumed the obscene markings. One of his warriors asked, "The debt?" Rauk began walking again. Unchanged. The brother followed. Rauk's voice came across the squad channel, quiet enough to force attention. "Varix wants anger. He wants pursuit without judgment. He wants predators to behave like prey." No one answered. They went deeper. Holt and Kill Team Gorgon reached the central chamber alone. The final bulkhead had no hinges, no imperial locking mechanism, and no visible seam, until Red brought the Xenos Auspex close enough for hidden lines to glow across the blackstone. The door opened without sound. Beyond it lay darkness vast enough to swallow the lights of their armor. Holt entered first. The chamber descended beyond sight. Black monoliths rose from depths that Auspex range-finding could not measure, each surface so dark that lumen beams seemed to disappear into it rather than reflect. Mechanicus structures clung to the alien pylons like rusted parasites. Cables, gantries, cogitator shrines, control bridges, and devotional plating bolted onto something older than mankind's presence among the stars. The Blackstone hummed without sound. Holt felt the resonance in his teeth, his ribs, and the implanted organs of his transhuman body. Red stopped beside him. Throne. Holt followed his gaze. At the center of the chamber hung an aperture. It possessed no frame, no gate, no machinery Holt could identify. Beyond it was not another section of the fortress. Stars burned there. They were wrong stars, stretched and distorted by currents of violet and green light. Something vast moved behind them, like weather seen through deep water. Red's instruments began screaming warnings. Holt understood. They had reached the true meridian, and the Gethsemane passage was already opening. The deeper Caio Rauk led the Carcharodons beneath Charon, the less the fortress resembled anything built for men. The maintenance vaults narrowed into iron throats packed with coolant pipes, dead conduits and machinery so old that entire systems had ceased appearing on imperial schematics centuries before the siege. Gravity failed without warning in some sections and returned in violent pulses in others, dragging loose shell casings, bones and scraps of devotional metal against bulkheads with enough force to crack stone. Lumen strips flickered at intervals measured in minutes rather than seconds, forcing the hunting packs to rely upon autosenses already degraded by plague residue. Their helm displays drew phantom contacts from thermal blooms behind walls. Rangefinding returned distances that changed between scans. Vox traffic became a procession of clipped fragments, syllables crushed beneath static, or swallowed entirely by Blackstone interference. To most warriors, the darkness would have been another enemy. To the Carcharodons, it felt familiar. They had stalked void hulks, where gravity changed from deck to deck, and things moved inside walls that had not been opened in millennia. They had boarded dead ships, drifting beyond the reach of the Astronomicon, and fought through compartments where the only illumination came from muzzle flashes reflected in frozen blood. Charon's buried arteries were foul, but they were not strange. Rauk moved at the front, with his chain axe held low and his bolter mag-locked against his thigh. His warriors followed in silence, each maintaining distance by memory and instinct when the Vox failed. Somewhere below, Gol Varax was moving toward the secondary node. The hunt had narrowed. Everything else had become obstruction. The Death Guard understood enough of their pursuers to make the obstruction poisonous. The first swarm of flies came through a ventilation grill in such numbers that it resembled black liquid spilling into the corridor. They struck Carcharodon helms, crawled across lenses, and packed themselves into weapon housings. Autosenses adjusted, then failed to compensate as hundreds became thousands. Warriors wiped visors with gauntlets and smeared bodies into greasy films that reduced sight further. The flies carried more than filth. Armor cogitators registered biological compounds accumulating around seals. Rauch ordered external vents closed. Secondary filtration shut down. Internal circulation shifted to reserve operation. One warrior's armor warned him that heat would become critical within the hour. He acknowledged the rune and kept moving. A rusted blast door slammed behind the rear pack. Another closed ahead. The corridor filled with movement above them. Diseased servitors came through the cable ducts. They had once been maintenance constructs, thin-bodied and many-limbed, but the pallid tithe had opened their abdominal cavities and filled them with swollen sacs of translucent slurry. Grenades had been wired into the sacs. The first servitor dropped onto a Carcharodon's shoulders and detonated before the warrior could tear it free. The blast itself barely moved him. The liquid did. Green-grey filth washed across his breastplate and entered a crack beneath one pauldron where an earlier bolter strike had weakened the seal. Warning glyphs turned crimson. The Carcharodon seized the remains of the servitor and threw them aside. "Penetration," he said. Rauch looked back once. "Depth? Unknown. Function? Acceptable. Continue." No one suggested apothecarian intervention. There was none to provide. The hunting pack moved through the sealed door by cutting its hinges apart with a melter charge, then entered a gallery where trapped Imperial personnel were still alive, behind wire partitions. The men had been maintenance workers and wounded soldiers, perhaps 40 in total. Some shouted when they saw grey armor. Others dropped to their knees. A Carcharodon carrying a flamer paused only long enough to examine the plague growth coating the walls. Rauch looked toward the prisoners. Their clothes were wet with condensation. Black flies crawled over their faces. One man's neck had swollen until his collar disappeared beneath flesh. "Sterilize." The flamer ignited. Promethium rolled through the gallery in a white-orange sheet. The trapped men screamed as their uniforms caught fire. Some threw themselves against the wire. Others tried to crawl beneath machinery that became ovens around them. The Carcharodons advanced through the burning corridor, while human shapes collapsed behind the flames. They did not watch. They did not discuss whether anyone had been clean. The Death Guard had contaminated the route. Therefore, the route was burned. The brother whose armor had been penetrated began failing 3 junctions later. His designation rune flickered. His left leg dragged fractionally. Fluid ran from beneath the damaged pauldron and left black droplets on the deck. Rauch halted. The warrior removed his bolter magazine and checked the remaining rounds. Contamination progressing. Mobility declining. A distant clang traveled through the pipework behind them. Pursuit. Plague Marines. Rauch examined the junction. 4 maintenance arteries converged there. Ammunition crates taken from an abandoned Iron Warriors depot remained stacked beside a collapsed loading rail. The wounded Carcharodon looked toward them. "I remain." Rauch did not answer immediately. The warrior continued. "They follow." "Yes. I will close the path." Rauch placed one gauntlet against the warrior's pauldron. The gesture lasted less than a heartbeat. Debt acknowledged. The pack left him there. No farewell followed. The wounded Carcharodon dragged the ammunition crates into the center of the junction and broke their seals. Bolt rounds, autocannon shells, and demolition charges spilled across the floor. He connected a detonator to the largest charges and waited while his internal temperature rose and something moved beneath the flesh around his neck. When the Death Guard entered the junction, they found him standing alone in smoke, chainsword active in one hand. He charged. The explosion followed less than a minute later. The blast traveled through the maintenance vaults, hard enough to make Rauk's pack stagger. Dust erupted from the ceiling. A wall split along an ancient weld and vented steam. One rune disappeared from the chapter display. Rauk kept walking. The first true Plague Marine counterattack came inside a power transfer chamber where the floor was divided by trenches full of stagnant coolant. Death Guard warriors emerged from behind generator housings, bolters firing through vapor. The Carcharodons answered in kind. Mass reactive shells crossed the chamber at ranges too short for hesitation. One Plague Marine took a burst through the chest and remained upright after most of his breastplate disappeared. Another lost the lower half of his jaw and continued firing until a Carcharodon crossed the coolant trench and struck him with a power fist. The blow drove the ruined helm into the torso. Armor folded. Bone and diseased flesh collapsed together until the head ceased to exist above the gorget. The engagement became hand-to-hand almost immediately. A chain axe smashed through a corroded pauldron and buried itself in black muscle. The Death Guard warrior turned into the blow and drove a bubotic blade beneath the Carcharodon's ribs. Warning runes flashed across grey lenses. The shark ignored them, released his axe, caught the traitor's wrist, and head-butted him hard enough to fracture both faceplates. Another Carcharodon entered from the side and drove a combat knife repeatedly into the opened armor joint beneath the Plague Warrior's arm. The first strike found gristle, the second severed cables, the third opened an artery so diseased that the blood emerged thick as oil. The Plague Marine still moved. The Carcharodon took his knife higher and pushed it through the throat until the point struck the inner surface of the opposite collar. Elsewhere, a plague knife entered a grey warrior's abdomen and twisted. The blade left few Asian in its wake. Flesh blackened around the wound before the weapon came free. The Carcharodon caught the Plague Marine by the helmet and slammed him face first against a generator housing. Once, twice. A third impact broke lenses. The fourth drove fragments of helm into the skull beneath. The traitor tried to rise. The Carcharodon drew his bolt pistol, placed the muzzle inside the broken faceplate, and fired. The head burst against the machinery. Neither side possessed elegance. The Death Guard absorbed wounds that would have ended Loyalist Astartes and answered with blades carrying corruption deeper than steel could reach. The Carcharodons responded by reducing enemies until there was too little body left to continue fighting. Limbs were removed, heads were separated entirely, torsos were opened and then opened farther. Chain teeth screamed against armor, skipped against bone, and clogged with tissue until warriors revved the mechanisms clear. Rauk killed 3 before Ghast Ulkor entered the chamber. The Blightlord champion came through the smoke, carrying a plague blade broad enough to resemble a butcher's cleaver. His Terminator plate had swollen around him until the original contours were barely visible. Horns pushed through one pauldron. Chains hung from the breastplate, carrying shrunken heads and rusted devotional seals. His helm had no lenses. Instead, a vertical split in the faceplate opened and closed around a wet yellow eye. "Silent things," Ulkor said. His voice came through damaged Vox emitters in overlapping tones. "You hunt like beasts because you have forgotten how men speak." Rauk turned toward him. Around them the battle continued. Ulkor raised his blade. "You think yourselves apart from us. Exiles, predators, monsters sent where your Imperium does not care to look. How many centuries before you admit what you already are?" Rauk activated his chain axe. "Then you will understand what eats you." Ulkor came forward. There was nothing ceremonial in the duel. The Blightlord struck with enough force to shear through a railing and bury his blade halfway into the deck when Rauk moved aside. Rauk's chain axe hit the champion's chest and skidded from a ridged plate, slick with diseased mucus. Ulkor backhanded him across the helm. The impact drove Rauk into a generator casing hard enough to dent it. Before the Blightlord could follow, Rauk fired his bolter from the hip. 3 shells struck Ulkor's abdomen. 2 detonated inside. The armor split. What emerged from the wound was not blood alone, but worms, black fluid, and a length of intestine that writhed independently before dropping onto the floor. Ulkor laughed. He swung again. Rauk stepped inside the ark and caught the weapon arm with both hands. The Blight Lord's strength forced him backward. Armor servos shrieked. Rauk changed leverage, drove one knee into Ulkor's damaged abdomen, and twisted the arm until the plague blade struck the wall. He released one hand, drew his chain axe across the champion's gorget, and found resistance where horn-like growth had fused armor to spine. The teeth bit. Ulkor headbutted him. Rauk's vision whitened. He kept the chain axe engaged. The weapon chewed through corroded ceramite and exposed the neck beneath. Flesh bulged outward around the blade. Beetles spilled from the wound. Ulkor tried to wrench free. Rauk trapped the weapon arm against his chest and drove the chain axe again. Once. The cut deepened. Twice. The chain teeth struck vertebrae. Ulkor roared and slammed a fist against Rauk's side. Rauk drove the weapon a third time. Bone separated. The Blight Lord's head sagged backward, held only by strips of flesh. Rauk struck again. The head came free and hit the deck heavily. Ulkor's body remained standing for 2 steps before collapsing. Rauk did not look at the head. Advance. The chamber belonged to the Carcharodons several minutes later, although ownership meant little because they had no intention of remaining there. 7 brothers were dead. 3 more showed contamination warnings. Ammunition states had dropped below preferred assault reserve. One warrior's chain blade had lost so many teeth against corrupted armor that he discarded it and took a weapon from the dead. Another transferred his remaining bolt magazines between brothers before switching to a combat knife and pistol. A squad leader transmitted a route toward an Iron Warrior's supply cache. Resupply possible. Detour less than 20 minutes. Rauk checked the last known movement of the Pallid Tithe. No. We will enter the next engagement below half reserve. Yes. Varix is moving. Yes. The matter ended there. War did not pause because magazines emptied. Power cells did not restore themselves because warriors were important. Armor seals failed, blades dulled, reactors overheated. Ammunition became weight converted into death and then disappeared one trigger pull at a time. The Carcharodons understood scarcity better than most chapters. They came from the dark, carrying what they could maintain, and took what necessity permitted. 20 minutes spent resupplying was 20 minutes given to prey. Far below them, Mordecai Holt stood inside the meridian and began to understand why Imperial records had lied about it. Brother Red had opened 3 Mechanicus interface housings. Behind each lay bundles of cables, electromagnetic couplers, and data spines attached crudely to smooth blackstone surfaces through clamps drilled into surrounding rock rather than the material itself. The Mechanicus had not built the control system. They had built machinery that shouted commands at something vastly older and occasionally received an answer. "This is coercion," Red said. Holt looked toward him. "Explain." "The Imperial systems are not integrated. They impose fields around the monoliths, electromagnetic patterns, harmonic resonance, possibly psychic stimulus. Psychic stimulus in a noctilith array. That contradiction may be deliberate." Red moved an Auspex probe toward one regulator. The instrument flickered as the blackstone pressure increased. Some responses correspond to material signals. Others occur only when the local empiric state changes. The array may not suppress the warp universally. It may shape the relationship between real space and the immaterium according to polarity. Holt looked toward the impossible aperture at the chamber's center. The distant stars beyond it distorted again. Violet light stretched between them like veins. "Can we destroy it?" Red did not answer immediately. That delay concerned Holt more than any alarm. Brother Vey joined them with demolition schematics projected from his vambrace. "The visible regulators can be removed with melter charges." "Then do it." Red turned. "No." Vey looked at him, Red pointed downward. The array extends into the crust, possibly kilometers. Destroy the Imperial interfaces, and we may simply remove the only systems capable of controlling it. Holt understood. We would hand Morn a damaged machine. An intact alien machine beneath damaged Imperial machinery. Worse. Yes. Vey studied the structural data. Then we overload the regulators. How many? At least 3 major nodes simultaneously. More if we want certainty. Red looked toward the black depths below. The backlash will propagate through the lattice. What does that mean for Karen? Neither answered quickly. Vey finally said, crustal failure, tectonic release, fortress collapse across multiple zones. Red added, if the empiric field discharges at the same time, atmospheric effects are unpredictable. Population loss? Billions immediately. Holt stared into the darkness. And afterward? Potentially no habitable continent. Holt transmitted the estimate to Valdir. Blackstone interference mangled the message twice before the third attempt passed. The reply arrived almost immediately. Contingency approved. Holt read it, then transmitted again. Confirmed terminal denial may result in planetary uninhabitability. The answer returned. Confirmed. Authority valid. Holt remained still for several seconds. Brother Vey asked, interference? No. Holt looked toward the distant false stars inside the aperture. The shield captain confirmed. Above them, Rauk's hunting packs entered the final reliquary cavern. Bells were already ringing. The sound traveled through armor as vibration rather than air. Rusting pylons filled the chamber. Corpses lay piled around their bases in heaps, high enough to obscure the lower machinery. Some had been opened from throat to groin. Others had been stitched together into obscene devotional forms. Plague Marines stood between the piles with weapons ready. At the far side of the cavern, before a Blackstone node wrapped in chains and diseased cables, stood Gol Varax. The Lord of Contagion removed his helm. His face had swollen until human ancestry was almost impossible to recognize. Flesh folded over his jaw. One eye shone from within a nest of lesions. His mouth opened in something like welcome. Kaio Rauk, Varax said. The Carcharodons raised their weapons. Varax smiled. I wondered how many worlds I would have to kill before you finally came close enough to hear me. By the time Shield Captain Acastian Valdir reached Meridian Node Primus, Kravek Morn had turned the approaches into a machine designed to consume heroes. The surviving Iron Warriors had abandoned any pretense that the fortress could be held by conventional defensive lines. Cataphracti Terminators occupied the inner galleries beneath overlapping fields of autocannon and Lascannon fire. Chosen waited behind false bulkheads with combi melters and power weapons already activated. Demon engines crouched in recesses cut from the walls, their armor bound in chains, cables and hammered plates of black iron, while whatever lived inside them scraped claws across the deck in anticipation. The central avenue toward the stabilization manifold looked almost empty, which told Valdir more than visible barricades would have done. Empty ground inside an Iron Warrior's fortress was not safety. It was geometry. Every meter had been selected because something could kill a man standing upon it. Valdir raised his guardian spear, and the surviving custodians of Sodality Invictus spread without receiving further instruction. They did not form a shield wall. They did not mass toward a single breach. Each warrior chose a separate axis and accelerated, forcing Morn's defenders to track multiple golden targets whose movements refused to conform to the engagement pattern the Warsmith had prepared. The first Lascannon fired from a gallery high on the eastern wall. Valdir was already moving before the weapon discharged. The beam crossed behind him and carved a molten trench through the floor. A second shot came from below. Custodian Tyrion Kellid angled his Presidium shield into the blast and took the impact across a field bright enough to bleach color from the chamber. The shield generator screamed. Kellid continued forward. On the opposite flank, a custodian vaulted a shattered conduit, fired his guardian spear into a recessed weapon slit, and killed the gunner before his boots touched the deck again. Iron warriors returned fire with disciplined concentration. They did not shoot at whichever golden warrior was closest. They fired according to designated kill sequences, overlapping weapon systems, so that avoiding one line of fire exposed the target to another. Against lesser opponents, it would have been devastating. Against the Custodes, it was merely dangerous. Morn watched the approach through the Iron Mantle's tactical feeds and altered the defense twice before the first Imperial warrior reached melee distance. Third cohort, abandon the western aperture, draw them inward. An Iron Warrior's champion acknowledged without question. Morn saw one of his legionaries move directly into the path of a custodian's spear thrust. The guardian blade entered beneath the breastplate, punched through the warrior's torso, and emerged between backpack housings. The legionary did not attempt to wrench free. Instead, he locked both hands around the shaft and held it against himself for a fraction of a second. That fraction was enough. A concealed melter gun fired from behind him. The blast struck the custodian across the shoulder and turned part of his auramite plate white with heat. The golden warrior ripped his spear free, killed the melter gunner with a bolt through the throat, and continued. The impaled Iron Warrior fell without ever releasing the weapon until his fingers ceased functioning. Another legionary died differently. He took a guardian spear round through the abdomen and collapsed beside a magazine feed. His armor registered catastrophic organ failure. He ignored it, pulled the manual release on his ammunition harness, and overloaded the exposed cells. Valdir saw the warning a heartbeat before detonation. The blast hurled fragments of ceramite, brass and bone across the avenue. One piece of the dying legionary's helmet struck Valdir's breastplate hard enough to ring against auramite. No warrior on either side considered the act extraordinary. Survival possessed no sacred status here. The custodians existed to protect the Emperor. The Iron Warriors existed to enact Perturabo's designs. Anything beneath purpose was expendable, including the body carrying it. Then the chamber collapsed into close combat. A demon engine charged from a recessed bay, its front limbs ending in hooked blades, while a furnace mouth opened in its chest. Custodian Meravan Thal met it with a Castellan axe. The first blow severed one arm at the joint, releasing black oil and rope-like tissue that slapped across the floor. The machine struck with its remaining limb. Thale stepped inside the arc and drove the axe into the furnace cavity. The power field discharged against demon-bound metal. Armor peeled backward. Something inside shrieked through 3 Vox channels at once. Thale struck again, splitting cables, ribs of blackened iron, and a wet organ mass pulsing behind the engine housing. The demon engine convulsed and fell sideways into an Iron Warrior's barricade. Thale was already moving before it stopped. Autocannon fire destroyed what remained of the chamber's architectural dignity. Pillars exploded into storms of stone fragments. Servo cables snapped and whipped through the air, trailing sparks. Guardian spear rounds entered corrupted Astartes' torsos and detonated behind armor, throwing organs, splintered ribs, and shreds of black carapace across the deck. Power weapons met in bursts of ozone. Molten droplets of ceramite sprayed from impact points and cooled against corpses. A chosen swung a power maul at Kelid's helm. The custodian caught the weapon haft with his shield edge, broke the traitor's elbow with the rim, and drove a sentinel blade through the abdomen. The blade passed through spine and backpack. Kelid withdrew it with a movement so controlled that the corpse barely disturbed his stance. Morn entered the battle when enough of the defense had been spent to create the pattern he wanted. Last argument ignited in his hands. The Thunderhammer's power field surrounded the weapon head with distortion that made the air appear to fracture around it. Morn's cataphractii plate advanced beneath streams of fire, the iron mantle absorbing impacts that would have killed lesser legionaries. One guardian spear bolt struck his shoulder. Armor cracked. Internal systems rerouted power. He continued. Another hit his breastplate and detonated against layered reinforcement beneath the ancient plate. His mechatendrils answered automatically, one firing a burst toward the attacker, while another extended a cutting claw. Valdir saw him and changed direction. Morn did the same. They collided amid the dead. Last Argument struck first. Valdir twisted aside, but the hammer clipped the haft of his guardian spear hard enough to throw the weapon offline and crater the floor beside him. The shock traveled through his arms. He returned with a thrust toward Morn's neck. The warsmith rotated his upper body and caught the blade across a reinforced pauldron. Auramite-edged steel cut through ceramite, but not deeply enough. Morn drove forward with the mass of the iron mantle, trying to crush Valdir into a broken pillar. The custodian yielded exactly one step, redirected the momentum, and struck the warsmith across the flank with the lower haft of his spear. Morn staggered. Valdir was faster. That truth became obvious immediately. The shield captain struck again before Morn could complete his recovery, blade flashing toward the joint beneath the warsmith's arm. Morn's mechatendril caught the spear shaft and dragged it aside. Another tendril stabbed for Valdir's throat. He severed it with a shortcut. A third fired a weapon discharge at point-blank range. Valdir turned his head, and the shot gouged his gorget instead of entering the neck. Morn laughed once through his vox grill. "Where is the ceremony, custodian?" Valdir drove a kick into his knee joint. "You mistake me for one who requires it." Morn swung Last Argument in a horizontal arc. Valdir ducked beneath the hammer and thrust toward the abdomen. The blade entered the iron mantle, opened armor and cut into flesh before Morn tore himself backward. Black-red blood spilled from the wound. The warsmith did not retreat alone. A hidden Lascanon fired from the gallery above them. Valdir moved. Custodian Keled moved first. The beam struck the shield-bearer across the chest. His Presidium field had already taken too much punishment. It failed in a flare of collapsing energy, and the Lascanon bored through his auramite. The blast opened him from breastplate to spine. Blood atomized inside the wound. Keled remained upright for a heartbeat long enough to turn his shield toward a second firing aperture. That heartbeat saved Valdir. Morn used it. Last Argument struck the shield captain across the side. Auramite buckled. The impact lifted Valdir from the deck and hurled him into a broken support column. His armor registered fractures across multiple ribs, tearing within the intercostal musculature and damage to organs beneath the lower plate. Internal blood pressure dropped sharply. Automedici systems responded before conscious pain reached him. Coagulants flooded damaged tissue. Combat stimulants entered his bloodstream. Armor seals constricted around internal bleeding. Valdir pushed himself upright. Morn approached. "Even gold breaks." Valdir tasted blood inside his helm. "Everything does." The warsmith swung. Valdir did not attempt to meet the hammer. He stepped inside its killing arc, caught Morn's weapon arm beneath the elbow, and drove the point of his guardian spear through a seam in the iron mantle's breastplate. The blade went deeper this time. Morn roared, struck Valdir with his free fist, and forced him back. One of the warsmith's mechatendrils wrapped around the guardian spear and tried to wrench it from his hands. Valdir released the weapon. Morn had expected resistance. That expectation cost him the next second. Valdir drew his misericordia and drove it through the mechanical joint connecting the mechatendril cluster to Morn's backplate. Sparks erupted. 2 tendrils went dead. The warsmith turned with frightening speed for something so heavily armored and smashed the hammer haft into Valdir's helm. The custodian reeled. Morn raised Last Argument for the killing strike. Valdir looked beyond him. The stabilization manifold stood less than 20 meters away. That had always been the target. The duel had never mattered. Valdir retrieved his fallen guardian spear with a boot hooked beneath the shaft, kicked it upward into his hand and fired. The integrated bolter sent 3 mass-reactive shells past Morn. The first struck an Iron Warrior's console. The second entered the manifold's exposed relay housing. The third detonated inside the control stack. Morn turned. No. Valdir fired again. A line of detonations traveled through the stabilization architecture. Cogitator housings burst. Servo arms collapsed. Blackstone interface plates flashed with cold white light. Warpsmiths shouted contradictory machine cant as power levels died across their displays. Morn abandoned Valdir instantly and moved toward the manifold. The custodian did not follow. That was when the Warsmith understood. The Emperor's Guardian had never been trying to kill him. Valdir had only needed him occupied. The stabilization field began collapsing. Deep inside Node Primus, the Blackstone resonance changed pitch. The effect was not audible, yet every transhuman body in the chamber felt it through teeth and bones. Tactical displays lost coherence. Several demon-bound systems screamed as the local empiric equilibrium altered. Morn reached the ruined controls and saw the truth in a single glance. Repair would take hours. He had minutes. Perturabo's road was closing. The Warsmith turned back toward Valdir. Then you will have nothing. His command entered the Iron Warriors network. Arm substructure denial. Warning runes appeared throughout Node Primus. Valdir saw them. Morn is collapsing the node, Holt's voice came through broken Vox static. Multiple demolition signals. Structural failure imminent. Valdir transmitted to the custodians. Withdraw by the northern causeway. Immediate. No protest followed. The surviving Golden Warriors disengaged in controlled stages, while Iron Warriors' fire pursued them. The narrowing transit route beyond Node Primus had already begun shaking as buried charges armed inside the walls. Valdir crossed the first blast gate, with blood running down the inside of his armor. Behind him came Thale and two others, one carrying damage severe enough to reduce his left arm to intermittent function. Custodian Solon Acasta stopped at the final causeway. Valdir looked back. Acasta's armor was cracked across the abdomen and one thigh. His guardian spear held fewer than a dozen remaining rounds. Continue, Valdir ordered. Acasta turned toward the advancing Iron Warriors. I will close the gate. Valdir understood. There was no farewell. Acasta activated the manual blast controls after the others crossed the threshold. The gate began descending. He remained on the wrong side. Iron Warriors appeared through the smoke. Acasta fired. The first bolt entered a Chosen's faceplate and detonated inside the skull. The second struck a Terminator beneath the arm and exploded within the torso. The third killed a mortal ammunition bearer who had been pushed ahead of the legionaries. The remaining rounds vanished one by one as the causeway narrowed beneath collapsing architecture. Then the spear clicked empty. Acasta used the blade. The first Iron Warrior reached him with a chain axe. Acasta severed the weapon arm and drove the spear through the traitor's throat. Another came behind him. The Guardian spear blade opened the legionary from groin to breastplate, spilling intestine and fused implant cabling across the floor. A Terminator struck the shaft with a power fist. The spear broke. Acasta retained the bladed half and drove it into the Terminator's eye lens. The warrior fell against him. Acasta seized the dead traitor's combi bolter and fired it one-handed into the next rank. The narrowing causeway became a slaughter pit. Iron Warriors climbed over their own dead. Acasta killed them until the captured weapon emptied. Then he threw it. The bolter struck a legionary's helm and staggered him long enough for Acasta to draw his Misericordia. He met the next warrior at grappling distance, stabbed through a throat seal, tore the blade free, and turned the corpse into the path of another attacker. The blast gate continued descending. Morn arrived before it closed. Last Argument was dark now, its power field flickering from accumulated damage. 3 Iron Warriors followed him. Acasta stood alone. The Warsmith looked at the bodies between them. Enough. The custodian said nothing. Morn advanced. Acasta attacked first. His Misericordia struck one Terminator through the neck joint. The traitor went down. A second Iron Warrior caught the custodian's damaged arm and held it long enough for Morn to swing. Acasta twisted. Last Argument struck his shoulder instead of his skull and destroyed the entire left side of his armor. Bone burst through gold. The arm came away. Acasta remained standing. He killed the Iron Warrior, holding him with his remaining hand. Morn struck again. The hammer smashed the custodian to one knee. Acasta rose. The third blow finally broke him. Last Argument struck the breastplate and drove the Golden Warrior backward into the causeway wall with enough force to crater both armor and ferrocrete. Acasta's body remained embedded there for a moment before sliding down. The blast gate came down between Morn and the withdrawing custodians. He had purchased the final meter with legionary blood. Then Node Primus began collapsing. Charges detonated through the foundations. The causeway twisted. Entire galleries dropped into darkness. Morn withdrew through an emergency route while structural alarms screamed across his helm display. A second warning appeared. Not Imperial. Death Guard. Node Tertius. Unauthorized inversion progression had reached critical resonance. Morn opened the data. The Pallid Tithe had seeded enough of the secondary network to begin reversing the Meridian's field state. If Varax completed the process, the Gethsemane passage would not merely become unstable. It would become useless to Perturabo's offensive and potentially transformed into a conduit for plague-tainted warp resonance. Morn stopped walking. For the first time since the siege began, his calculation contained no acceptable outcome. He opened every surviving Iron Warrior's command channel. Node Tertius. All formations. Immediate redeployment. Champion Ven answered through static. Imperial forces remain between us and the lower approaches. Then go through them. And the Pallid Tithe? Morn's voice became colder than the blackstone around him. Kill them first. Across Kharon, gunmetal warriors began turning toward the same depths sought by Custodes, Carcharodons, and Deathwatch. No alliance had been declared. No truce existed. But for the first time in the siege of Mordax Prime, Kravek Morn and the servants of the Emperor required the same thing. Gol Varax could not be allowed to finish. The bells did not ring in harmony. They tolled at different depths, some thin and sharp as funerary chimes, others so vast that each note traveled through the blackstone floor and entered Caio Rauk through the soles of his boots. The corrupted pylon rose from the center of the reliquary cavern like a fragment of night hammered into the world, its surface almost swallowing the sickly lumen glow surrounding it. Chains wrapped the monolith from base to summit, disappearing into darkness overhead. Rusted censers hung from them beside trophies that had once been men. Some corpses were old enough to have collapsed inward beneath their own armor. Others were fresh, their abdominal cavities opened and packed with fungus, bells, and parchment covered in cramped devotional script. Mortal captives knelt in circles around the pylon. Iron braces forced their spines upright. Tubes entered throats and veins, feeding them fluids just sufficient to prevent death, while disease worked through them. Their fear had become the chamber's true atmosphere. Men whimpered through ruined mouths. Others stared blindly at the grey-armoured giants entering the cavern, too exhausted even to beg. The Pallid Tithe had kept them alive for precisely that reason. Gol Varax wanted consciousness. He wanted terror. He wanted men to understand what was happening to them while their bodies failed. Varax stood beneath the pylon, with his helm cradled beneath one swollen arm. The Lord of Contagion's flesh had thickened until his features seemed to be drowning within themselves. Lesions opened around his cheeks like small mouths. One eye remained bright and yellow. Something moved beneath the skin of his jaw when he spoke. "You came farther than Ulkor believed you would." Rauk stopped at the edge of the corpse field. His surviving Carcharodons formed around him in silence, weapons lowered but ready. Varax smiled. "And you killed him?" Rauk gave no answer. Good. He still believed strength was something measured by survival, a tedious vanity. The Death Guard commander looked toward the pylon. "Do you know what this is, Shark?" Rauk's black lenses remained fixed upon him. A corruption. A road. Varex's smile widened. Your golden companions understand that much. The Iron Warriors understand it better. They look at the stars and see distances to be conquered with fuel, ammunition, and mathematics. I look at them and see lungs waiting to inhale. Rauk's chain axe came alive with a low mechanical growl. Varax did not raise his weapon. Mordax was never the offering. This world is merely the throat. His voice remained gentle, almost conversational, and that calm made the words fouler. The plague will be coughed through it. Naval anchorages, mustering worlds, shrine systems, troop ships carrying healthy men inward and returning with blessings they cannot see. A fever here, a cough there, a crewman who thinks himself tired, a pilgrim who believes his sores are punishment for impure thought. They will carry Grandfather farther than fleets ever could. One of the captives began sobbing. Varax glanced down at him with something resembling pity. They fear because they think decay has betrayed them. It has not. Decay is the only promise that has ever been kept. Rauk said, "Enough." "Is it?" Varax asked. "Your chapter hides in darkness and pretends distance has made you pure. Your bodies were engineered to endure centuries, yet they will fail. Your armor will corrode. Your blades will dull. Your gene seed will sour. Terra will become dust. The Emperor's palace will become sediment beneath some future ocean. Perturabo's citadels will break apart. Even the stars exhaust themselves. Everything arrives where Grandfather has always waited." Rauk raised one hand. The Carcharodons moved. Varax's philosophy received no rebuttal because Rauk considered argument a courtesy. Teleportation detonated at the rear of the chamber. Carcharodon terminators materialized among the pallid tithe in bursts of electrical discharge, their massive grey armor appearing so close to the ritual guards that the first Plague Marine died before his weapon cleared his chest. A power fist struck his helm and drove corrupted ceramite inward through skull and brain. Simultaneously, melter charges blew open coolant conduits along the eastern wall. Tactical packs came through the ruptures beneath clouds of steam, bolters firing before the smoke had cleared. The chamber that had contained only bells, prayers, and the wet breathing of dying captives became an enclosed thunderstorm of mass reactive detonations. Cultists disappeared in sprays of meat. Plague Marines fired back from behind corpse piles and ritual machinery. Bolts struck Carcharodon plate. Grey armor cracked. One warrior spun when a shell exploded beneath his shoulder guard and removed his arm above the elbow. He continued forward, drew his combat blade with the remaining hand, and disappeared into the melee. The sharks did not waste fire on the densest concentrations of poxwalkers shambling between the ritual stations. Rauk had identified the true targets before the first shot. Plague bearers carrying sealed vessels, bell tenders maintaining the resonance sequence, sorcerous adepts chained into the Blackstone interfaces, the immense lengths of contaminated iron binding flesh and ritual machinery to the pylon. "Anchors," Rauk transmitted. His warriors shifted fire immediately. A bolter volley cut down 3 plague cultists, carrying a bronze reliquary between them. The container struck the floor and split, spilling black fluid and something infant-sized that clawed at the stones before a Carcharodon crushed it beneath his heel. A Terminator tore a bell frame from its mount and hurled it through a Plague Marine hard enough to break the traitor's spine against the pylon. Another shark fired until his magazine emptied, dropped the bolter on its sling, and drew a chainsword without pausing. Varax opened the freight vaults. The doors withdrew one after another along the cavern walls. Thousands came out. Some were already dead. Others simply had not realized it. Imperial prisoners stumbled into the chamber, wearing remnants of uniforms, labor smocks and manacles. Bellies hung swollen. Flesh had split around joints. Some coughed as they ran and stared in terror at the blood filling their palms. Others transformed while moving, their backs arched, fingers stiffened into claws. Teeth broke beneath gums swelling too quickly to contain them. A man screaming for the Emperor tripped over a corpse, struck the floor, and rose seconds later, laughing through a mouth full of his own blood. They came from every direction. Carcharodon fire discipline tightened. 3 rounds, one pack leader voxed. Bolters fired in controlled bursts. No warrior emptied a magazine into the nearest mass. Shots were distributed into heads, hips, and dense clusters, where one detonation could break several bodies. Poxwalkers fell in heaps, and the heaps became obstacles over which the next ranks climbed. Ammunition counters descended, warnings flashed. Grey-armored warriors shifted into overlapping lanes, firing across one another's flanks until individual weapons clicked empty. Then the formation changed. Bolters were mag-locked or discarded. Chain axes started screaming. The Carcharodons went into the horde. Bodies opened beneath them. A chain blade entered a poxwalker's shoulder and emerged through the opposite hip, scattering viscera across the warrior behind him. An armored boot crushed a human ribcage against the floor and turned the torso into a collapsed sack of blood and broken bone. Combat knives passed through mouths, temples, and throats. The sharks did not kill with anger. They created space. Every dismembered body was another step toward the ritual anchors. Rauk moved toward Varix. The Lord of Contagion finally raised his weapon. It was a huge plague blade whose edge glistened beneath a film of colorless corruption. Rust had eaten deep pits into the metal, yet the weapon radiated such wrongness that Rauk's helm registered biological hazard warnings before he came within reach. Varix struck first. Rauk turned the blade with his chain axe. The contact threw sparks and diseased fragments from both weapons. Varix was slower than the Reaper Prime, but his movements possessed no wasted urgency. He allowed Rauk to circle, allowed him to strike. The chain axe opened Varix's pauldron and bit into the flesh beneath. The Lord of Contagion looked down at the wound, as though observing rainfall. Then he drove his shoulder into Rauk. The impact forced the Carcharodon backward through a mound of bodies. Rauk regained his footing and fired his bolter one-handed. 2 shells struck Varix's torso. One detonated against the breastplate. The second penetrated beneath a corroded ribplate and exploded inside him. Varix remained standing. Something wet fell from the wound and began crawling toward the nearest corpse. "See?" Varix said softly. "The body is only stubborn matter." Rauk charged. His axe tore through the Lord of Contagion's forearm plate, but Varix accepted the injury in exchange for bringing his plague blade around. The weapon struck Rauk's flank. It did not penetrate fully. It did not need to. Grey ceramite smoked beneath the edge. Hazard runes filled Rauk's vision. Seal failure. Biological contamination. Unknown agent. Rauk ignored them. He struck again. Varix retreated one deliberate step. Then the ceiling opened. Iron warriors descended through it. Demolition charges blew an access gallery apart overhead, and gunmetal figures dropped through the resulting storm of ferrocrete. Morn's Chosen landed firing. Heavy weapons came online before debris finished falling. Their first volley tore through Death Guard and Carcharodon alike. An autocannon burst, struck a grey warrior in the back, and broke him nearly in half. A Lascannon passed through a Plague Marine's torso and continued into the blackstone structure behind him, where the beam vanished without leaving a mark. Kravek Morn came down last. The Iron Mantle was scarred from the fight at Node Primus. One mechatendril hung dead behind him. Last Argument's power field flickered around the damaged Thunderhammer. He surveyed the chamber once. "Destroy the ritual structures." The Iron Warriors obeyed. For several minutes the battle ceased to possess recognizable sides. Gunmetal legionaries fired into Death Guard guarding the pylon, then turned their weapons on Carcharodons, who approached too closely. Grey warriors killed whichever armor stood between them and Varix. Plague Marines fought both forces, while cultists died beneath all of them. Bolter rounds struck the Blackstone and ricocheted unpredictably. Terminators collided among heaps of corpses. One Iron Warrior drove a power fist into a Carcharodon's chest and shattered the breastplate, only to have a Plague Marine bury a plague knife through his neck seal from behind. The Carcharodon used the final seconds of his life to seize both traitors and detonate a crack grenade between them. Morn's tactical displays showed the pylon resonance climbing. He saw the chains. He saw the corrupted regulators. He understood Varex's sequencing. "The pylon must be severed before the 7th resonance cycle," he roared. Rauk heard him. He did not answer. Instead, he transmitted 2 clicks through the chapter cant. 2 Carcharodon packs broke away from the slaughter and attacked the ritual anchors. An Iron Warrior's Havoc team had them directly within its firing lane. The gunners did not shoot, not because they had become allies, because killing the Carcharodons would allow the ritual chains to remain intact. The sharks reached the first anchor. Power fists struck the iron assembly. A chain axe cut into a cable, thick as a man's torso. Diseased fluid poured from it under pressure, covering armor in steaming black slime. The second pack reached another binding and began cutting. For less than 2 minutes, Iron Warriors and Carcharodons ceased trying to kill one another. Then a grey warrior crossed an Iron Warrior's firing lane after the anchor fell. The Havoc shot him immediately. The truce had ended without ever existing. Varex saw the final resonance approaching. Rauk saw him look toward the pylon. The Reaper Prime lunged. Too late. Varex struck a corroded control bell with the haft of his plague weapon. The 7th note sounded. Reality convulsed. Rauk experienced it first as weight. His body became impossibly heavy for half a heartbeat, then almost weightless. The corpse beneath his boot rose several centimeters into the air before slamming down hard enough for its skull to burst against the floor. Every lumen in the cavern changed color. The Blackstone screamed without sound. Its pressure reversed. The pylon that had suppressed the immaterium began drawing it closer. Dead bodies swelled. A corpse beside Morn split from sternum to pelvis. Something clawed out through the opening with limbs too long for the body that had contained it. An iron. Warrior shot the thing before it fully entered reality, and it dissolved into luminous filth that crawled across the deck before evaporating. Other bodies opened. Faces stretched from beneath skin. Shadows moved independently of the men casting them. The plague fog became luminous. Green light bled through it. Varex threw back his head and laughed for the first time with genuine joy. Far above, the effect reached orbit. Aboard an Imperial escort, preparing to withdraw from the Karen battle space, a gun crewman who had complained of exhaustion suddenly vomited across his loading station. The fluid was black and full of worms. 3 decks away, men who had passed quarantine inspection hours earlier developed lesions simultaneously. On another vessel, a ratings dormitory filled with coughing before every life sign inside failed within minutes. Aboard a captured system monitor, Iron Warriors' serfs began tearing at their own throats as glands swelled beneath their jaws. The passage was carrying more than distance now. Inside the central meridian chamber, every instrument carried by Kill Team Gorgon reacted at once. Brother Red stared at the readings. Polarity shift. Holt moved beside him. Localized? No. The savant changed frequencies. His face hardened. Tertius has propagated into the central lattice. Can we reverse it? Red took too long to answer. Holt already knew. Can we reverse it? Not reliably. Brother Vey looked from the regulator readings to the impossible aperture at the center of the chamber. The star field beyond it had changed. Green fractures crawled between the distant lights. The mechanism is compromised, he said. Holt stared at the aperture. The decision should have felt larger. Instead, it became very simple. Imperial control was no longer credible. Morn could not have it. Varax could not have it. Nobody could. Holt opened the command channel. Shield Captain, Static answered. He increased transmission power. Shield Captain, Gorgon actual. Meridian polarity corruption confirmed. Repeat, Corruption has propagated from secondary node into central lattice. Recovery threshold exceeded. The transmission broke apart. Holt sent the code phrase, "Thronefall black." For several seconds, there was nothing. Then Valdir answered. The shield captain stood within a half-collapsed transit vault far above the central nexus. One side of his auramite armor had been crushed inward by last argument. Blood had collected beneath the plate and dried black around the damaged seals. 2 custodians stood with him. There had been more when they entered Karen. Holt's voice emerged through static. "Thronefall black." Valdir closed his eyes for less than a heartbeat. Across his tactical display, Mordax Prime continued dying. Imperial formations still held Karen's outer districts. Armored regiments were advancing through the plague front. Titans continued exchanging fire with demon engines. Artillery batteries continued sending shells into targets they could no longer see. Billions of men remained alive. Billions. Valdir opened his eyes. There was no debate, no prayer, no request for another estimate. "Watch, Captain." Holt heard him clearly. "Proceed." The Death Watch commander looked toward the Blackstone abyss. Valdir continued. "Destroy the Meridian. Destroy the fortress." For the first time, Holt hesitated. "My lord, Terminal Cascade may kill every remaining defender on Mordax." Valdir looked toward the distant surface, as though stone, kilometers of fortress, and the entire war above could not obstruct his sight. "If the world dies with it," he said, "the world has served." Watch Captain Mordecai Holt did not think of the charges as explosives. Explosives were simple things. They transformed chemical potential into force and left the consequences to armor, distance, and fortune. What Kill Team Gorgon was building beneath Karen Bastion was closer to an execution mechanism intended for a world. Brother Garan Vey moved between the 3 principal regulator pylons, with demolition servitors lumbering behind him beneath burdens of melter charges, gravitic disruptors, and devices the Death Watch had taken from sealed Ordo Xenos vaults, precisely because no sane commander would ordinarily authorize their use in proximity to Imperial infrastructure. Brother Cassian Red directed the work. From the central interface bridge, his armor surrounded by cables running into portable augur shrines, electromagnetic projectors, and Blackstone reactive probes. The objective was not to shatter the visible mechanisms. They had already established that doing so might merely strip away the crude Imperial control architecture and leave the alien lattice beneath intact. Instead, each regulator had to be forced into opposition with the others. One would be driven toward suppression, another would be pushed toward amplification, the third would be overloaded between both states until the strain propagated downward through kilometers of noctilith buried in Mordax Prime's crust. If the timing was correct, the Meridian would attempt to stabilize and destabilize the Gethsemane passage simultaneously. If the timing was wrong, Holt had no reliable prediction of what the Blackstone would do. Red had offered several possibilities. None contained the word survivable. Holt stood above the first regulator, while Vey locked a gravitic disruptor into place and listened to men on the surface win a battle that no longer mattered. The Vox traffic had begun entering the Death Watch channel through damaged relay networks, fragments of reports bouncing between fortress commands that did not know what was being prepared beneath them. An Astra Militarum colonel reported that the Iron Warriors had lost control of 2 armor corridors east of Karen. Another officer claimed Imperial Titans had broken a demon engine concentration and requested confirmation that custodian reinforcements would support a renewed push toward the western bastions. A third transmission came from an artillery commander whose voice shook beneath constant concussion. He reported that his batteries had 20 minutes of ammunition remaining and asked whether they should conserve shells for the expected counterattack. Holt listened without answering. Those men still believed Mordax Prime could be saved. They believed the battle had returned to terms they understood. Ground gained, enemy formations broken, artillery stockpiles counted, reinforcements requested. They had no knowledge that the Emperor's own guardians had already sentenced the fortress world. Holt could have told them to withdraw. Most had nowhere to go. He could have told them their counterattack was unnecessary. That would have weakened the surface pressure holding chaos formations away from the lower fortress. So he let them continue fighting. When the artillery commander repeated his request, Holt finally opened the channel. Expend at operational discretion. Maintain pressure. The officer acknowledged with audible relief. Holt closed the connection and watched Vey arm a device that might kill him before the surface batteries fired their last shells. Valdir's evacuation order went to the fleet under seals that erased argument from the chain of command. The surviving military vessels were permitted to break from Mordak's orbit if they possessed an immediate withdrawal vector, and if doing so did not require escorts, recovery operations, or delay to ongoing fire support. No ship was to descend for civilian extraction. No transport was to abandon a firing line to recover refugees. No cruiser was to risk itself towing a damaged vessel whose engines had already failed. The logic was absolute, because the available time was finite. Ships that could leave under their own power might preserve regiments, armor cadres, Titan support personnel, and void crews for future wars. Ships requiring rescue would consume resources and could still be lost when the Meridian died. Entire fortress populations beneath Karen received no warning at all. Billions of indentured workers, administratum clerks, manufacturum laborers, wounded soldiers and families descended from generations of Mordak's defenders remained inside shelters where priests continued promising that the Emperor had not abandoned them. The promise was not entirely false. The Emperor's servants had come. They had simply decided that those lives were worth less than denying Perturabo a road toward terror. On the bridge of the Lex Talionis, an admiral asked whether hospital ships should be given priority. Valdir answered that anything already under thrust could withdraw. Nothing else would be waited for. Kravek Morn learned enough of the Imperial intent by intercepting 3 broken transmissions and watching one change in fleet behavior. Ships were pulling away from Mordax without attempting to preserve formation depth. Void assets that should have remained committed to the planetary counteroffensive were opening distance instead. The Imperial fleet was not retreating from defeat. It was retreating from something expected to happen below. Morn stood in a damaged command vault several levels above Node Tertius, while his augmetic systems reconstructed the pattern. The Meridian had been compromised by Varix. Holt's Death Watch had reached the central nexus. Valdir possessed terminal authority. The conclusion required no further evidence. They intended to destroy the entire mechanism. For the first time since the beginning of the siege, Morn experienced something deeper than irritation. He had spent months turning Mordax into a solvable equation. Tens of millions of bodies had been expended to expose gun positions and minefields. Fortresses had been reduced according to schedule. Node Primus had been breached. Alien-controlled geometries had begun yielding to Iron Warrior's analysis. Perturabo had marked this world as an anchor point in a greater architecture. If the Meridian died, none of those costs remained investments. They became waste. An Iron Warrior could endure loss. Waste was harder to forgive. Morn closed the pict feed showing Varix's chamber. Abandon the Plague Lord. Champion Ven looked toward him. He remains active. He is irrelevant if the Meridian is destroyed. Morn raised last argument. Its battered power field flickered around the hammerhead. All surviving formations to the central nexus. We break the Custodes. We kill the Death Watch. We preserve the mechanism. Ven asked, "At what cost?" Morn looked at him. "You still ask that?" The final Iron Warrior's offensive began before Holt's first regulator completed its synchronization test. Teleport interference from the Blackstone made accurate insertion suicidal, so Morn used it anyway. Cataphractii terminators translated into the outer Death Watch perimeter, with targeting errors that embedded one warrior halfway through a ferrocrete support and deposited another above an open service shaft where he fell into darkness. The rest arrived fighting. Combi bolters opened immediately, filling the chamber approaches with explosive fire. Brother Tiber Malk answered from behind a broken control plinth, his heavy weapon hammering rounds into the first Terminator until the traitor's breastplate split and the body inside erupted through the opening in black-red fragments. Obliterators attacked through walls rather than doors. Their corrupted bodies forced themselves through maintenance partitions, while weapon limbs reshaped into cannons and melter emitters. One lost half its face to Deathwatch fire and continued advancing with exposed teeth fused into mechanical jaw structures. Behind them came demon engines driven into tunnels too narrow for their bodies. Iron claws scraped armor plating from their own flanks. Horned housings tore chunks from walls. One machine entered a corridor with both shoulders intact and reached the inner vault with one armored side peeled away, revealing furnace organs and chains moving inside the chassis like intestines. Mortal auxiliaries preceded them through radiation zones and mine approaches. Men in stained work armor were driven forward at bolter point until concealed charges detonated beneath them. The survivors marked safe ground simply by remaining alive, long enough for Iron Warriors to follow. Valdir arrived at the demolition perimeter with the survivors of Sodality and Victus before the first Deathwatch line broke. There were fewer Golden Warriors than Holt wanted to count. Some carried damage severe enough that ordinary Astartes would have been withdrawn for immediate apothecarian attention. Valdir himself still bore the crushing wound inflicted by last argument. Auramite along his side had been cut away, where internal sealant and temporary bracing reinforced damaged ribs. Every breath registered pain through his armor's medici systems. None of it altered his posture. He studied the 3 regulator approaches and assigned custodians according to fields of fire, not rank. No enemy reaches the watch captain until synchronization is complete. One custodian asked, "Extraction?" Valdir looked toward the blackstone aperture and the distorted stars beyond it. Irrelevant until the task is done. That was all. No warrior requested permission to withdraw. No one asked whether the Lex Talionis still held a teleport lock. The 10,000 took position around the Nexus, while Vey continued planting the instruments intended to bury them with the fortress. The first Iron Warrior's assault struck like siege artillery given legs. Guardian spears fired until heat warnings crawled across weapon runes. Mass reactive shells burst inside corrupted ceramite, detonating torsos and throwing chunks of gene-wrought flesh across Blackstone walkways. A custodian carrying a sentinel blade met a Terminator at the eastern regulator and drove the weapon into the traitor's throat seal. The Iron Warrior died, but locked both gauntlets around the custodian's shield arm as his body failed. A second legionary fired a melter weapon into them both. The blast burned through the dead Terminator, destroyed the custodian's shield, and took his left leg above the knee. He fell, rolled, and came upright on one knee before the attacker could fire again. His sentinel blade entered the Iron Warrior's groin plate and punched upward through abdomen, primary heart, and sternum. Another Chaos Space Marine charged him. The wounded custodian killed that one too. A Lascanon struck the wall above them. Ferrocrete failed in slabs weighing tons. Holt saw the Golden Warrior disappear beneath collapsing masonry, together with 3 Iron Warriors, and enough corpses to fill a gun pit. The mound continued shifting for several seconds, as someone beneath it tried to move. Then another demolition charge brought the ceiling down and buried everything completely. The battle around the regulators became too close for clean firing solutions. Deathwatch and Custodes fought amid ruptured cables. Blackstone interfaces and bodies accumulating faster than servitors could have cleared them, even if any remained alive to try. A Guardian spearblade opened an Iron Warrior's abdomen and dragged ropes of intestine through the rent before the bolt mechanism fired into the next traitor. A mechatendril from an obliterator punched through a custodian's pauldron and tore away enough armor to expose blood-slick muscle. The Golden Warrior seized the limb, anchored both feet, and ripped the appendage from the demon-corrupted Astartes at the root. Something like a lung came with it. The obliterator screamed. The custodian drove the severed appendage through its throat. Across the western approach, Brother Malk fired his heavy weapon until the barrel casing glowed dull red and ammunition links ran dry. He abandoned the gun, drew his sidearm, and continued shooting at ranges so short that spent casings struck the armor of the men he killed. Several levels above, Caio Rauk was still fighting Gol Varax. The Reaper Prime knew his armor was compromised because the warnings had become constant. Disease moved beneath damaged seals along his flank. One of his secondary organs had begun compensating for toxins his physiology could not identify. His left hand had lost sensation in 2 fingers. Varax looked scarcely diminished. The Lord of Contagion had been shot, cut, crushed, and opened repeatedly. Black blood ran from wounds large enough to expose fused ribs and swollen organs, yet his movements remained patient. He fought like erosion. No single blow needed to end the battle, because time favored him. Rauk understood that, and stopped trying to outlast the Plague Lord. Varax thrust his weapon. Rauk did not evade fully. The Plague Blade entered beneath his damaged side plate. Not deep enough. Pain became white pressure through half his body. Corruption alarms screamed. Rauk trapped the blade between his arm and torso before Varax could withdraw it. The Lord of Contagion's eye widened. Rauk stepped forward. Now they were inside the weapon's useful reach. His chain axe struck Varax's helm. The first blow cracked the faceplate. The second tore away one lens and opened the bloated cheek beneath. Varax headbutted him. Rauk's vision broke into static. He held the trapped weapon with his body and struck again. The chain axe teeth caught. Varax's helm peeled open. Diseased flesh appeared beneath it, grey-yellow and thick with lesions. Rauk abandoned the axe when it jammed, seized the torn helmet edges with both hands, and ripped them apart. Metal shrieked. Flesh came with it. Varax drove a fist into his ribs. Rauk answered with his forehead. Bone broke inside the plague. Lord's face. He drew his combat blade. The first thrust entered Varax beneath the jaw. The Death Guard commander remained standing. Rauk withdrew it and stabbed through the eye. Varax caught his wrist and twisted hard enough to crack armor plating. Rauk drove his knee into the open abdominal wound, forcing the traitor backward against the pylon. Then the killing became labor. There was no perfect strike. Rauk cut through throat tissue and found the head still attached by growth fused around the spine. He opened the chest and found organs wrapped around one another like roots. He drove his blade into the heart position and struck something that burst but did not end movement. Varax laughed wetly while blood filled his mouth. Rauk kept cutting. He tore the gorget away. He stabbed through the neck. He ripped the blade sideways until vertebrae appeared. He struck again. Again. The Lord of Contagion finally sagged against him. Varax's ruined mouth moved close to Rauk's helm. "You think this is denial?" Rauk shoved the blade deeper. Varax coughed black fluid across his lenses. "The road is already sick." Rauk stopped for a fraction of a second. The Plague Lord smiled through broken teeth. "Break the Blackstone now. Tear suppression from amplification while the wound is open. See what answers." Rauk understood enough. Varax did not need Mordax to live. The corruption had entered the meridian. Destroying it while the lattice was warp-amplified might turn the execution into another catastrophe. The Lord of Contagion exhaled something between a laugh and a death rattle. "Grandfather accepts every ending." Rauk drove the combat blade through the exposed spine and severed it. Varax went limp. The Reaper Prime held the body upright for a moment longer, then threw it aside. He transmitted immediately. "Rauk to Gorgon. Plague Lord dead. Warning follows. Meridian destruction may breach the Empyrean. Holt received only half the message. He did not have time to ask for the rest. Last argument struck the outer perimeter. Kravek Morn had arrived. The Thunderhammer caught a custodian across the breastplate and launched him from the approach bridge. The Golden Warrior struck a blackstone buttress hard enough to crack the masonry around it and disappeared beneath advancing gunmetal bodies. Morn followed through the breach with his surviving siege elite around him. Cataphracti plate, chosen. Havocs carrying weapons scarred by continuous fire. Behind them came whatever remained of the Iron Warrior's assault reserve. Valdir stepped into the opening. Holt's Vox clicked. Synchronization status. Brother Vey answered from the third regulator. 4 minutes. Valdir looked at the warriors around him. 5 custodians remained standing. Beyond Morn, more Iron Warriors were entering the Nexus. Rauk's return signal appeared on Holt's tactical display, accompanied by fewer than half the Carcharodon runes that had descended into Kharon. The Deathwatch captain looked toward the 3 regulator clocks. 4 minutes. Between them and those 4 minutes came the surviving strength of Kravek Morn's siege elite. Valdir raised his guardian spear. Morn lifted last argument. Neither offered the other a word. There was nothing left to say. The first of the final 4 minutes began with Kravek Morn driving last argument through a Carcharodon Terminator's breastplate. The Thunderhammer struck with enough force to cave grey ceramite inward and launch the warrior across the Meridian Nexus, where he struck a blackstone column and fell in a heap of armor, blood, and broken masonry. Before the body stopped moving, Shield Captain Acastian Valdir fired his guardian spear past it and blew an Iron Warrior's chosen apart at the waist. The mass-reactive shell detonated inside the traitor's abdomen and scattered steaming organs across the polished alien floor. Gunfire filled every approach simultaneously. Iron Warriors were pouring into the Nexus through 3 surviving transit arteries and a 4th breach torn through the wall by an obliterator whose flesh had grown into the shape of a siege cannon. Holt's Deathwatch fired from between regulator stations while demolition servitors dragged the last cables into position. Beyond them, the Blackstone monoliths pulsed with alternating pressure, suppression, and amplification, fighting through the same ancient lattice, while the Gethsemane passage twisted above the central aperture like a wound refusing to close. Western approach, 30 meters, 2 Terminators, Melter signature behind them, Valdir voxed. His tone was unchanged by pain, though blood now filled the inner seals along one side of his auramite. A custodian pivoted immediately, guardian spear discharging twice before the Terminators crossed the broken threshold. One shell burst against a pauldron. The second disappeared through a damaged gorget and detonated within the warrior's chest. The surviving Terminator answered with combi bolter fire, while a hidden melter gunner stepped into the opening behind him. A grey figure crossed the line of fire first. The Carcharodon took the bolter impacts across his shoulder, remained upright, and buried a chain axe in the Terminator's hip joint. "Contact," came the clipped chapter cant. Another shark answered with a single acknowledgement. Nothing more was needed. The second Carcharodon came low beneath the Terminator's return strike and drove a power fist into the back of the traitor's knee, breaking the leg. The first tore his chain axe free and took the Iron Warrior's head. The melter gunner fired. Valdir's sentinel blade bearer intercepted the shot with his shield, long enough for Holt to put 3 bolt rounds through the gunner's firing slit. Gold and grey no longer maintained separate spheres of battle. No formal union had been declared, and no warrior wasted breath acknowledging what had become obvious. The custodians took the threats that required impossible speed or overwhelming precision. Whenever an obliterator pushed into view, a guardian spear was already firing at the weapon limb, while another custodian closed upon its flank. Whenever cataphracti armor emerged through the smoke, golden warriors intercepted before the traitors reached the regulator platforms. The Carcharodons filled everything between. They fell upon wounded legionaries, dragged enemies from cover, and turned narrow gaps into abattoirs where chain blades had room to work. One shark caught an iron warrior trying to climb over a collapsed console and drove a combat blade under his chin until the point emerged through the top of the helm. Another seized a wounded chosen by the backpack and pulled him bodily into the Deathwatch firing lane, where Tiber Malk shot the traitor apart before switching targets without comment. The Deathwatch moved behind both forces, professional and methodical, even as the Nexus disintegrated around them. Regulator Secundus stable. Charge circuit incomplete. Ammunition at 1 magazine. Contact below the eastern stair. Their reports were stripped to function because anything more consumed time. The Iron Warriors answered in their own language. Range, 22 meters. Suppress the gold. Breach probability rising. Second firing element, advance on my mark. Demolition solution confirmed. Their discipline remained intact despite the slaughter. Morn's sons did not charge because fury demanded it. They advanced because firing angles had been calculated, because the warrior ahead had forced an opening, because the body of one legionary created cover for the next. A chosen took a guardian spear blade through the chest and locked both gauntlets around the haft before dying, pinning the weapon long enough for his brother to strike. A Havoc squad fired through its own wounded rather than shift position. Mortal auxiliaries crawled forward, dragging demolition packs into radiation levels that cooked their exposed skin beneath clothing. Several died before reaching the Blackstone platforms. One continued crawling after both legs failed, pulling a charge behind him on a cable until Brother Malk shot him through the skull. Morn came behind them like the final answer to a failed calculation. The iron mantle was scarcely recognizable beneath the damage inflicted since Node Primus. One pauldron had split along its rim. A guardian spear wound still pierced his side, packed with clotting blood and internal sealant. Two mechatendrils hung dead from his back, while the surviving limbs moved with mechanical violence, one carrying a cutting claw, another a compact weapon that spat fire at anything entering his peripheral vision. Last argument remained functional, though its power field fluttered around a hammerhead gouged and blackened by repeated impact. The warsmith saw none of these defects as injuries. They were alterations to a weapon still capable of fulfilling purpose. He crossed the Nexus through fire, struck a Carcharodon tactical dreadnought warrior hard enough to tear the breastplate open, then pivoted while the corpse fell and sent a mechatendril blade through another shark's shoulder. A guardian spear thrust entered beneath the iron mantle's ribs. Morn caught the shaft against his side, advanced along the blade rather than withdrawing, and smashed his forehead into the custodian wielding it. The custodian staggered. Morn seized the spear with his free hand and broke the shaft across the rim of his breastplate. Blood poured through the new wound in his side, but he did not look down. "Advance," he voxed. Behind him, the Iron Warriors obeyed. The sight of their warsmith damaged did not weaken them. It validated everything the Legion had taught them. Flesh failed and still functioned. Armor cracked and still protected. Pain announced damage, but possessed no authority to command retreat. Morn was iron within, not because he could not be hurt, but because being hurt changed nothing. Valdir saw him through the confusion and moved to meet him. This time neither warrior possessed a secondary objective worthy of restraint. The stabilization manifold had been ruined. The Meridian was already lost to Imperial control. Morn needed only to stop Holt's demolition, while Valdir needed only to prevent him doing so until the final synchronization completed. There was no reason to preserve the chamber, the mechanism, themselves or one another. Their first collision threw molten fragments from both weapons. Valdir's guardian spear struck the hammer shaft and slid along the reinforced haft toward Morn's hands. Last argument came around beneath it and struck the custodian across the breastplate. Valdir accepted the impact, stepped through it, and drove his elbow into Morn's helm. The warsmith reeled and answered by firing a mechatendril weapon against Valdir's abdomen at point-blank range. Auramite blackened. Valdir seized the mechanical limb, tore it partly from its mounting, and drove the guardian spear toward the gap beneath Morn's arm. The blade entered. Morn twisted before it could reach his primary heart. He struck Valdir with last argument's haft, then brought the hammer down toward his skull. Valdir moved aside by less than the width of a hand. The weapon missed his helm and pulverized the edge of a blackstone-supported platform. The material did not shatter normally. A pressure pulse ran through the chamber. The Gethsemane aperture flickered, revealing for an instant a star field drenched in green light. Both warriors ignored it. Valdir cut across Morn's breastplate, splitting ancient ceramite and exposing cables beneath. Morn drove his shoulder forward and forced the custodian against the pylon. His remaining mechatendral claw snapped for Valdir's throat. Valdir caught it, crushed the joint in his fist, and ripped the limb free. Across the nexus, Caio Rauch felt something inside his chest fail. The warning appeared in his visor before the pain reached him. Secondary heart arrhythmia. Toxin filtration compromised. Multi-lung efficiency collapsing. Armor Medici systems attempted to isolate the infection and returned errors. Whatever Varex's plague blade had carried was moving through organs built to withstand toxins that killed ordinary men in moments. The disease ignored the usual hierarchy of Astartes' resilience. Rauch tasted blood. He spat it against the inside of his helm and continued fighting. A Carcharodon pack leader voxed, "Reaper Prime. Extraction priority required." Rauch killed a poxwalker that had emerged from beneath a corpse heap by crushing its skull against the floor with one boot. "Remove mine." Silence followed for half a heartbeat. "Confirmed." No warrior argued. Rauch opened the chapter channel. "All surviving brethren receive extraction precedence. My function remains here." One clipped acknowledgement returned after another. He looked toward the corrupted approaches leading from Node Tertius. Death Guard survivors were still appearing through the smoke, not in organized ranks, but in knots of plague bearers carrying reliquaries and infected vessels toward the central regulators. Varex was dead. His work still moved. Rauch drew his chain axe. The weapon's teeth were missing in places. It would suffice. Brother Garin Vey died finishing the third regulator circuit. An Iron Warrior's bolt round struck him beneath the shoulder and detonated inside his torso, opening the Deathwatch veteran from armpit to spine. He fell against the gravitic disruptor he had been calibrating. Holt saw the damage and moved toward him, but Vey raised one trembling gauntlet. Circuit. Blood filled his vox. Holt looked at the exposed cable. Garin. Circuit. The demolitions veteran dragged himself upright with one arm, took the severed connector in his hand, and forced it into the activation port. Another bolt struck him in the back. He remained standing long enough to twist the locking collar into place. Complete, he said. Then he collapsed across the regulator housing and did not move again. Tiber Malk died on the eastern stair. His heavy weapon had emptied 2 minutes earlier, but the stair remained the shortest route to Holt's position, and therefore he remained there. He used the weapon as a club, swinging the massive empty casing into the face of the first Iron Warrior to reach him. The impact broke the traitor's helm lens. Malk drew his combat blade and drove it into the opening. A second legionary shot him through the abdomen. Malk seized the warrior by the gorget and pulled him close enough to headbutt. A third shot entered his back. The Deathwatch veteran went to one knee, still blocking the stair. When his knife was knocked away, he swung the empty heavy weapon again. The Iron Warriors finally killed him beneath repeated bolt fire, but by the time his body fell across the steps, another 20 seconds had vanished from Morn's remaining time. Cassian Red lasted longest because the demolition could not function without him. The Xenotech savant stood at the central interface with half his helm blown away, one eye exposed and bleeding, while blackstone readings cascaded across the surviving lenses. A shard of ferrocrete had penetrated beneath his breastplate and remained buried through his abdomen. Holt reached him. Status. Red did not look away from the instruments. Regulator Primus drifting. Increase suppression field by 6 increments. Holt relayed the adjustment. Secundus? Amplification stable. Too stable. Red coughed blood over the console. When tertiary overload begins, delay Primus discharge by 7 heartbeats. Holt looked at him. You are coming with me. No. That was not a request. Red finally turned his remaining eye toward the watch captain. Nobody else can read this. A Lascanon blast struck the chamber wall. Stone fragments hammered them both. Red looked back at the instruments. 7 heartbeats, not 6, not 8. Holt understood. Continue. Above them, Mordak's prime finally began to break. The first continental fissure opened beneath an armored front, west of Karen, and swallowed nearly an entire tank division before command realized the ground was moving. Lehman Russ squadrons disappeared nose first into darkness, while crews tried to reverse through columns behind them. A Baneblade straddled the widening fracture for several seconds, engines roaring, before the rock beneath its rear tracks sheared away and dragged the super-heavy tank into the abyss. Fortress districts larger than hive cities split along ancient faults. Towers sank between broken foundations. Defense walls that had survived 37 days of siege collapsed because the earth beneath them no longer agreed with its own shape. Plague clouds ignited where ruptured promethium lines opened beneath them, turning the sky green-white. Titans fought through earthquakes until one god engine lost footing and fell across an entire regiment, its reactor going critical moments later. Orbital defense platforms flickered as power conduits failed, then began dropping from station. One entered the atmosphere burning, shedding kilometer-long armor plates that struck Mordaks like meteorites. Fleet captains received Valdir's final warning. Terminal cascade, imminent. Withdraw to minimum safe distance. No delay for recovery. Engines burned across the Mordak system. Ships still capable of movement broke orbit. Others could not. One Imperial transport transmitted requests for tug support until the fleet moved beyond range. Another attempted to launch overloaded shuttles while its drives remained dead. Millions of soldiers on the surface saw Imperial vessels, becoming stars moving away from them, and finally understood that no evacuation was coming. Some continued fighting because orders remained. Some prayed. Some tried to reach bunkers already cracking beneath them. Artillery crews loaded final shells while the ground rolled under their guns. The war did not stop merely because the world was dying. It became more honest. Morn struck Valdir across the shoulder and shattered a section of auramite. Valdir answered by driving his spear through the iron mantle's side. The blade emerged behind Morn, carrying blood, cable, and fragments of internal armor. Morn trapped the shaft under one arm. Last argument rose. Valdir let go. Again, Morn had expected resistance. Again, Valdir made the expectation costly. The custodian drew his misericordia, stepped inside the hammer's arc, and drove the blade into the damaged housing beneath Last Argument's head. The power field flared violently. Morn understood a fraction too late. Valdir struck the housing with his gauntlet. The hammerhead broke away. Last Argument's striking mass hit the floor, surrounded by a dying halo of blue-white energy. Morn stared at the ruined haft in his hands. Valdir kicked him backward from the control platform. The warsmith fell one level, struck the lower walkway, and landed on one knee amid dead iron warriors. He looked toward Holt, then toward the regulator clocks, then toward the Blackstone aperture. His tactical systems completed the calculation before rage could become action. The battle was lost, not the war, never the war. Morn opened a sealed command channel. Extraction cadre, emergency translation lock. Champion Ven answered through heavy static. Blackstone interference. Compensate. Loss probability unacceptable. Morn rose. You misunderstand the word. The surviving Terminators converged on him. Teleport coordinates flickered across the iron mantle. Valdir saw what was happening, but did not pursue. To reach Morn, he would have to abandon Holt's position. Morn looked up at him across the ruined nexus. No farewell passed between them, no oath of vengeance. Both understood there would be other wars if either survived. The teleport field ignited. One Terminator vanished cleanly, another disappeared from the waist upward, leaving both legs standing for an instant before they fell. Morn's outline distorted. The warsmith looked toward the meridian one final time. Then he was gone. Holt heard Red say, "0." Every regulator rune aligned. The watch captain looked at Valdir. The shield captain opened every remaining Imperial command frequency. All forces capable of withdrawal, evacuate. All others maintain duty until cessation. There was nothing more merciful he could offer. Rauk stood among heaps of plague dead at the western approach. 3 Carcharodons remained near him. One transmitted, "Reaper Prime, move." Rauk shook his head. "Go." "Det?" Rauk looked toward the last Death Guard shapes moving through the smoke. "Not yet." The surviving sharks withdrew because he had commanded it. Holt placed his hand upon the execution control. Red whispered, 7 heartbeats. Holt counted. 1. The Blackstone pylons brightened. 2. The Gethsemane aperture stretched wider. 3. The fortress shook. 4. Red's breathing stopped. 5. Valdir raised his guardian spear. 6. Rauk activated his chain axe. 7. Holt depressed the control. For one impossible second, every Blackstone pylon beneath Mordak's Prime became perfectly silent. Then the world began to come apart. The Noctilith Meridian did not explode. Explosion was a crude mortal word for what happened beneath Karen Bastion when suppression, amplification, and gravitic stress reached perfect opposition, and the buried lattice tried to obey all 3 states at once. For one impossible instant, the Blackstone became utterly inert. Then, polarity collapsed through the planet. Gravity failed across entire fortress districts and returned from directions that had never possessed a down. Men rose screaming from trench floors before being hurled against walls hard enough to burst skulls inside helmets. Tanks shifted sideways across Ferrocrete as though dropped from cliffs. Artillery pieces weighing hundreds of tons lifted from their mountings and came down inverted upon their crews. Deep beneath Karen, the Meridian Nexus, folded in dimensions the human eye could barely perceive. Black monoliths appeared to lengthen without moving. Walkways bent toward angles that should not have existed. The Gethsemane aperture contracted to the width of a blade and expanded until its sickly light flooded the cavern. Holt felt the pressure of the warp vanish so completely that his transhuman soul seemed suddenly naked inside a universe of dead matter. Then the Immaterium returned with catastrophic violence. Karen Bastion split. The first fault opened beneath the western fortress chain and traveled for hundreds of kilometers in less than a minute. Bastions constructed to survive orbital bombardment cracked down their centers. Gun towers toppled into fissures glowing with geothermal fire. Mountains whose interiors had housed armies for millennia sank as buried caverns collapsed one beneath another. Whole defense districts descended into the crust, while men, armor, and manufactoria fell together in avalanches of Ferrocrete and flame. An Imperial Titan standing astride a collapsing causeway sounded its war horn as the earth vanished beneath its feet. The God Engine fell backward into darkness, firing its weapons until the final moment, its plasma reactor detonating far below and illuminating the fracture like lightning beneath the ground. Iron Warriors' gun lines vanished beside Astra Militarum formations they had spent weeks trying to destroy. Poxwalker hosts disappeared beneath collapsing trench networks. Defilers were buried beneath fortress walls. No banner, oath, or gene line granted protection. The dying world killed loyalist and traitor with the same indifference. Inside the Meridian Nexus, Holt hit the deck hard enough to fracture the surviving plinth beneath him. The floor became a wall, then a ceiling, then returned beneath his boots without warning. Valdir struck a Blackstone support and rolled across the chamber, his damaged auramite leaving a line of blood. The remaining custodians recovered almost immediately, mag-locking boots whenever the surface possessed enough metallic structure to accept them. Holt did the same. His tactical display had become anarchy. Auspex readings contradicted one another. Distances changed between pulses. The surviving extraction route flickered in and out of existence beneath static. Gorgon actual to all surviving elements, Holt voxed. Central nexus compromised. Extraction through the northern ascent. Repeat, northern ascent. Valdir rose beside him. The shield captain looked toward the impossible aperture. Something was wrong with it. The distant stars beyond the opening were rotating, not moving according to celestial mechanics, rotating as though the entire sky had been seized and twisted around an unseen axis. Then, the Gethsemane passage convulsed. Across the Mordax system, navigators screamed. Those already aboard withdrawing vessels experienced it first. The stabilized route they had sensed as an unnatural straightness within the tides of the immaterium ceased to exist. One navigator aboard an Imperial cruiser tore both hands across his third eye and collapsed across the navigation throne, while blood ran from beneath his hood. Another began shouting coordinates belonging to a system destroyed centuries earlier. A transport attempting emergency translation vanished into the warp 3 seconds before the meridian failed. It never returned to Imperial Augur. A traitor escort entered the passage moments later and was hurled back into real space, with its prow fused into its own midships, hundreds of crew members incorporated into bulkheads as though metal and flesh had been poured together while molten. Another vessel reappeared beyond Mordax, with its clocks claiming that more than 9 years had elapsed since translation, though less than a minute had passed for surrounding ships. Its crew were all dead. Their bodies had decomposed to dry bone inside sealed stations. The strategic road Kravek Morn had fought to preserve ceased being a road. It became weather again, violent, predatory, unreliable. The warp had reclaimed its uncertainty. Then Gol Varex reached beyond death. The Pallid Tithe's partial inversion had left contamination inside the Meridian's final resonance. When the Blackstone collapsed, the plague imprint did not disappear. It recoiled through the open passage. Green light erupted from the Gethsemane aperture and became a wave of empiric pressure that struck every vessel still too close to Mordax. Men became sick at once. Aboard the Imperial destroyer St. Drusus Resolute, an entire macro-cannon deck began coughing simultaneously. One rating collapsed with black fluid pouring from his nose and eyes. Another tore open his uniform because something beneath his ribs was moving. By the time the deck officer sealed the compartment, dozens were already screaming. The captain did not request medici analysis. Valdir's quarantine protocols had been transmitted before the cascade. Seal deck 17. 300 crew remain inside. Seal it. My lord. Vent it. Atmosphere tore from the compartment. Men, ammunition parchments, loose tools and black plague matter streamed into the void. On another Imperial escort, infection manifested inside engineering and reached the plasma control decks before containment could be established. The ship's master transmitted a single authorization code, ordered surviving crew into savior pods, and overloaded the reactor rather than risk carrying the contagion toward an Imperial anchorage. The vessel detonated without ceremony. 2 nearby ships destroyed the escaping pods after bioscanners returned uncertain results. Elsewhere, an infected frigate attempted to break quarantine. The Lex Talionis killed it. Custodian weapon batteries opened fire without warning once the vessel crossed the exclusion boundary. Lance energy cut through the frigate's spine. Secondary explosions ran along its hull. Thousands died in seconds. No vessel challenged the decision afterward. Beneath Karen, extraction became another war. Holt, Valdir, and the surviving Imperial transhumans climbed through a fortress that was no longer structurally committed to remaining a fortress. Corridors folded as supporting foundations slipped kilometers below them. Bulkheads split apart. Steam and molten coolant exploded from severed pipes. Entire manufactorum assemblies tore free from mountings and crashed through floors. Gravity lurched without rhythm. At one junction, a dead iron warrior floated from the ground, rotated slowly in front of Valdir, and then struck the ceiling hard enough for his shattered skull to collapse farther inside the helm. The dead were not the only things moving. Remnant iron warriors still fought wherever they found Imperials. Some had not received Morn's withdrawal command. Others had received it and lacked any route to obey. A chosen emerged from a burning side passage with half his helm missing and fired at Holt. Valdir's spear answered first. The bolt entered the traitor's chest and detonated inside a body already blackened by fire. The iron warrior fell in pieces. Poxwalkers came from deeper passages in greater numbers. Some crawled on broken limbs. Some burned and did not seem to know it. One had been nearly bisected by collapsing machinery and pulled its upper body across the floor by both hands until a Carcharodon stamped through its skull. Rauk's surviving warriors converged upon the northern ascent from another route. The Reaper Prime came last. Holt saw immediately that he was dying. Rauk's grey armor had been opened in several places. Black-red fluid leaked from the seals around his side. His breathing came across the vox in slow, mechanical rasps. One eye lens flickered. The chain axe in his hand had lost nearly half its teeth. His bolter was gone. A grey-armored warrior beside him carried the markings of a surviving Reaper cadre commander. Holt had heard him addressed as Tain. Rauk stopped at the extraction junction. The route above led toward the fortress surface, where gunships were still attempting landings through the atmospheric collapse. Tain turned. Reaper Prime. Rauk looked toward the rear passage. Hundreds of movement signatures were approaching. Poxwalkers, plague marines among them. Rauk's armor displayed contamination warnings, visible through the shared tactical network. He reached up and removed his command token from the ruined rim of his pauldron. He gave it to Tain. Command passes. Tain took it. No ceremony followed. Rauk said, Varax is dead. Yes. The benediction? Still extant. Hunt it. We will. Rauk looked toward Holt, then Valdir. Nothing in his posture suggested that he expected remembrance. He said only, The debt remains. Valdir understood. The chapter will carry it. Rauk looked back toward his brothers. Go. Tain did not argue. The surviving Carcharodons withdrew toward extraction. Rauk remained. The first Poxwalkers entered the junction before the others had reached the upper transit ramp. Rauk killed them. His chain axe tore through the first skull and continued through the shoulder of the corpse behind it. He kicked another backward hard enough to break the spine and used the opening to remove the head of a third. Diseased bodies filled the junction. He backed toward the narrowing choke point and turned it into a wall of dead. The final telemetry from his helm remained connected to Valdir's tactical display. The shield captain watched while climbing. Rauk's ammunition rune had been empty for several minutes. His chain axe failed next. The weapon struck the breastplate of a plague marine, and the motor screamed. Teeth snapped from the track. Rauk abandoned it, caught the traitor by the gorget, and drove him face first into the wall. Once, twice. The third impact cracked the helm. The fourth exposed flesh. Rauk seized a plague knife from another enemy, reversed it, and stabbed through the first warrior's eye. More came. The disease inside Rauk was winning faster now. His heart rhythm faltered. Armor strength declined. One leg ceased responding correctly. He continued fighting. A Poxwalker bit through an exposed seal along his forearm. Rauk smashed its head against his knee. A plague marine drove a blade into his abdomen. Rauk trapped the arm, broke it, and drove the stolen knife repeatedly beneath the traitor's throat until the Death Guard warrior stopped moving. Then the knife broke. Rauk used his hands. The telemetry became increasingly unstable as bodies pressed around him. Grey armor disappeared beneath diseased flesh. A gauntleted fist emerged once, closed around a skull, and crushed it. Then another plague marine fell into the mass, with half his throat torn open. Valdir watched until the image dissolved into static. No signal returned. Holt looked toward him. The custodian said, "Record Reaper Prime Kaio Rauk." Holt waited. Valdir continued climbing. A warrior who completed his obligation. Nothing more. From Valdir, it was considerable honor. The extraction craft found them beneath a sky collapsing under its own fire. Holt and the surviving Deathwatch reached the surface with fewer brothers than Kill Team Gorgon had possessed when the Lex Talionis entered the system. They carried fragmented data from Red's work, incomplete resonance measurements, partial maps of noctilith structure, references to polarity behavior, and enough evidence to suggest the Meridian might not be unique. Holt sealed the archive before boarding. Valdir examined the file manifest aboard the gunship. "Remove the amplification sequences." Holt looked at him. "The Ordo Xenos will want everything. They will receive what they require to identify another structure. The Mechanicus will argue the missing data could prevent another catastrophe. The Mechanicus built a fortress over this one without understanding it." Holt accepted the point in silence. Valdir placed his authority seal upon the archive. "Knowledge of the full inversion method is restricted beyond Sector Command. No copy remains aboard Mordak's assets. The Death Guard already learned enough. They are not the only enemy capable of learning. The Imperium had won. Its first act was to hide how. From orbit, Mordak's Prime looked less like a world than the aftermath of a weapon test performed upon one. Charon was broken. Glowing fractures crossed the continent from horizon to horizon. Dust plumes entered the upper atmosphere. Fortress lights had disappeared across regions large enough to contain nations. Fires marked the positions of destroyed manufactoria, reactor complexes and cities that had survived thousands of years, only to die within minutes. The casualty estimates had lost meaning. Tens of billions, perhaps more. Imperial armies were gone. Chaos armies were gone. Several custodians would never return to Terra. Deathwatch veterans had died beneath Blackstone that no Imperial scholar would be permitted to visit again. The Carcharodons had carried away only a fraction of the warriors who entered Charon. Warships burned in orbit. Others had been lost in the convulsing passage. An Imperial admiral stood beside Valdir on the strategium of the Lex Talionis and stared at the world. "This is catastrophe." Valdir watched Charon split along another visible fault. "No." The admiral looked at him. "Shield Captain?" "Terra has one fewer road leading toward it." The admiral looked again at Mordax. "Then you call this victory?" "I call it success." There was no comfort in the distinction. Kravek Morn survived. Emergency translation returned him to an Iron Warriors cruiser, beyond the worst of the Meridian shock, with 3 Terminators and injuries that would have killed lesser warriors. The iron mantle was opened across the side. Last Argument had no striking head. Blood dried between the plates of his cataphracti armor, while warpsmiths approached to begin repairs. Morn ordered them away when the Medrengard transmission arrived. The command chamber emptied. Corrupted cogitators synchronized. Encrypted architecture filled the hololith. Morn expected judgment. He expected demotion, reassignment, or proof that Perturabo regarded the loss of Mordax as failure. Instead, the campaign geometry changed. Mordax Prime disappeared from one section of the Infinite Citadel. 3 new vectors took its place. One through a mining system thought strategically worthless by Imperial command. One through a fortress moon already isolated by warp storms. One through a dead system whose orbital bodies could be converted into artillery stations. Morn stared at the calculations. Perturabo had anticipated denial. Not the exact method, the possibility. Mordax had been an anchor. It had never been the only anchor. The battle that consumed armies, fleets, and billions of lives had been one contingency inside a design large enough to absorb the loss and continue. Morn felt awe, then hatred, not for Perturabo, for himself. He had believed Mordax mattered because he had been ordered to take it. His gene father had understood that nothing mattered alone. Not a fortress, not a world, not even a warsmith. Only the structure endured. Morn looked toward the replacement vectors. Set course. The Iron Warrior's cruiser turned before Mordax Prime had finished dying. Elsewhere, the survivors of the Pallid Tithe withdrew aboard crippled vessels, carrying diseases that had not died with Varax. The benediction of flies disappeared beyond the outer system under pursuit by ancient grey ships whose crews had added new names to their tally of debts. The Carcharodons returned toward the dark, carrying dead brothers, damaged armor, and no expectation that anyone within the wider Imperium would ever know what they had paid. The Lex Talionis turned toward Terra. Valdir stood upon its strategium, while Mordax shrank behind them. There would be another threat. There was always another threat. Beyond the broken Cadian gate, Iron Warriors were already excavating new siege lines. Mortal labor battalions were being driven toward walls. Guns were being emplaced. Forge engines were awakening. Perturabo's infinite citadel continued growing from system to system, an architecture of war built from conquered worlds, ammunition routes, and lives converted into mathematics. Mordax Prime had escaped conquest, only because nothing worth conquering remained. The fortress world burned. Its dead had purchased time. No memorial could make that noble. No victory proclamation could make it clean. Far beyond the warp, siege guns were already firing against the next fortress. There was no triumph. There was only a road to terror that, for one more night, remained closed.